Chapter 1497. Nighttime, in the dark room, the soft panting and moaning reverberated in the air. The cold night didn't have the slightest bit of chill, only a warm and tender feeling. The moonlight that shone into the room from the window gradually dissipated as time passed and the sound of panting intensified. Only bits and pieces of starlight were left. It seemed like even the moon and stars were embarrassed by this situation and hid in the clouds. However, the pink moaning continued for a long time without stopping. At a certain moment, a delicate begging sound came from the undulating waves. The panting also became more and more intense. After a long moan, the lingering warmth ended. After a round of lovemaking, Wu Yan laid on the bed. Chuju and Mikoto were lying on Wu Yan's body. Their heads were buried in Wu Yan's chest. Their chests were heaving up and down, their panting continued. Their faces were flushed red and their eyes were blurred. Drops of sweat without any odor slowly slid down the two girls' bodies. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Chuju and Mikoto's panting appearance. He felt pity for them. His hand lightly stroked Chuju and Mikoto's smooth back covered in sweat. In his mind, the scene from earlier appeared. Wu Yan couldn't help but admit that tonight, he was a bit too crazy. He pounced on the two girls for a full 3 hours. Even if Chuju and Mikoto worked together, it was still not enough. It wasn't the first time they did it, but it was still a bit forced. If it wasn't for their good physiques, they would have already fallen asleep from exhaustion. In fact, Chuju and Mikoto already wanted to sleep. But seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to be sleepy at all, the two girls could only try their best to calm their breathing. Forcing themselves to stay awake, they raised their head and looked at Wu Yan's face with watery eyes. Still not sleeping? Chuju took a deep breath. She calmed her panting. The blush on her face also subsided a little. Let's sleep, it's already late, you two sleep first. Wu Yan hugged the two girls and shook his head. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling. We don't have to fight in the middle of the night anymore. We have more free time. It doesn't matter how long we sleep during the day. There's no rush. I don't think that's the only reason. Mikoto looked as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. She stared at Wu Yan's red eyes and wrinkled her nose. Is something troubling you? I can't hide it from you too. Woo. He heaved a sigh. I'm thinking, what should we do next? Chuju and Mikoto hear him. There was nothing he needed to hide from his two partners. Naturally, he was also worried about the completion of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yan decided not to take the archer card from Xiaohei's body. Chuju and Mikoto are kind-hearted people. Even though they're no longer the same as when they were Wu Yan's side. They're not afraid to even see the blood of a dead person. However, they're still unable to do anything that's truly outrageous. Killing a 10-year-old child is something that the two girls wouldn't do either. That's why Chuju and Mikoto didn't object to Wu Yan's decision. In fact, they agreed. However, if they do that, they won't be able to achieve their goal of coming to this world. Should we give up? Mikoto lowered her voice. Demigod Path quest, you've already completed the first part of the Demigod Path quest. Even if you don't continue, you'll still be able to ascend to demigod rank. Chuju rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. Even if I can't go further in demigod rank, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Take it slow, I know. Wu Yan patted the back of the two girls and closed his eyes. I don't regret making this decision. However, I'm not willing to give up on the quest just like that. Then what do you plan to do? Mikoto showed a confused expression. Are you really going to kill that kid called Xiaohei? If he's so disgusting that I can't bear to look at him, I might be able to do it. Wu Yan shook his head in frustration. But other than being a little naughty and having an unknown goal, there's nothing about him that I hate. How can I do it? That's not going to happen, there's nothing you can do about it. Chuju stroked Wu Yan's chest to comfort him. However, I can understand your unwillingness. Do you have any other thoughts? Yes, I've thought about it a lot. Wu Yan reached out his hand and took all the cards from the counter. He raised them in front of him and stared at the pictures on the cards. After thinking about it, I have 3 ideas without giving up on the demigod path quest. 3 ideas? Hinajaku and Mikoto's spirits were lifted and they began to focus. What ideas? First of all, there are 7 ranks that can be held by heroic spirits. However, there are more than 7 heroic spirits who can hold these 7 ranks. As far as I know, there are indeed quite a number of heroic spirits who are capable of holding the rank of archer. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the cards and narrowed his eyes. Rank cards are created using high-level magic theories. It can trigger the power of a heroic spirit that corresponds to the rank card. It's a high-level item. Since it's an item, is it possible that there's another archer card in this world? Another archer card? Hinajaku flinched a bit before asking Wu Yan in a surprised tone. We can't say for sure that there isn't another archer card. But do you really want to look for another archer card? That's why I said it's an idea. Wu Yan scratched his face. Let's not talk about whether or not there's another archer card. Even if there is, I don't know if we can find it with just the 3 of us. Moreover, isn't it a little too far-fetched to place your hopes on a second archer card that we don't even know if it exists? Mikoto pondered for a moment before asking. Then, what about the second idea? It's as far-fetched as the second archer card. Wu Yan said with a headache. Although I don't know how the cards are made, there must be a creator for them to exist. Creator. Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought of something. Don't tell me you're thinking of, well, that's how it is. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to help us make a second archer class card. That's pretty far-fetched. Chuju's mouth twitched. Let's talk about the third idea. The third idea is more realistic than the first 2, but it's much more difficult. Wu Yan placed the rank cards in front of the 2 girls and his eyes flashed with a glint. From now on, I'll analyze the card structure, theory, and design. I'll decipher the existence of the card. Then, I'll create the card myself. You're creating your own class card? Hinajaku and Mikoto were stunned. Since someone can create the card, then I can't do the same, right? Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. The class card is a tool created with a very high level of magic theory, and I have all the knowledge of the tactics in the 103,000 magic books. Let alone magic, I know all the tactics in other aspects, and even magic. In terms of understanding magic, I don't think I'll lose to anyone. Of course, the 103,000 grimoires are the encyclopedia of magic in the world of magical catalog. It's different from the magic in the world of magical girl Elia. But in terms of theory, the magic shouldn't be that different. Wu Yan looked at the 2 girls in his arms. So, I'm thinking that with my ability, the possibility of analyzing and creating the cards shouldn't be 0, right? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the possibility can't be 0. Mikoto pouted. But it's still not that much, right? That's why I said it's going to be difficult. Wu Yan looked at the card in his hand again. No matter what. Chapter 1498. Now, if he wanted to continue the Demigod Path mission and complete the second part of the Demigod Path mission, he had to start from 3 aspects. 1. Go and look for another archer class card, but I don't know if it exists. 2. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to create the second archer card. 3. Analyze the class card and find out its existence theory, structure, and design principle. Then, personally create the class card. The first 2 methods were really a little hopeless. The second archer rank card still didn't exist, and the creator didn't even have a clue. Looking for it was more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. Compared to the first 2 methods, the third method was more or less promising. Like Wu Yan said, he has the knowledge of the 103,000 magic tomes in the Forbidden Tome world. The knowledge of magic in the Forbidden Tome world might be different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world, but in terms of theory, it's not that different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world. Therefore, with the magic theory in the 103,000 grimoires, it wasn't impossible to analyze the class card and create the second archer card with his own strength. Actually, in addition to these three methods, there was another one that could work. That was, he had to find a way for Xiaohei to survive even if he took out the archer class card. It wasn't impossible. Needless to say, wasn't Yui just an artificial intelligence in the beginning? In the end, she still relied on the items in the system to obtain a body and become a complete life. Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence Xiaohei is. He also didn't know how much Xiaohei's life and existence depended on the archer rank card. However, he can't say for sure that there isn't a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, he couldn't say for sure that there was, so Wu Yan didn't mention the fourth method. Besides, even if there was a way to get the best of both worlds, whether Blackie would cooperate or not was another matter. Whether she was willing to choose to believe Wu Yan under the premise of losing her life was another matter. Wu Yan's intuition told him that this might seem careless. She was a very naughty girl, but she was actually quite sensitive. Under such circumstances, Wu Yan decided to study both sides together. He analyzed the class card in his hand and began to think of ways to collect information about Blackie's existence, to see if he could find a way to let Blackie survive without the archer card. In addition, there was information about the second archer class card and the archer class card's creator. Wu Yan also began to take the initiative to collect. It was also because he knew that he had to start from 4 aspects at the same time. That was why Wu Yan said that it was difficult no matter which aspect it was. Unfortunately, such an orderly arrangement was disrupted by an accident the next day before it could even begin. Fuyuki City, private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. After being confirmed by the guard, Wu Yan entered the private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. Under the guidance of some teachers and the curious eyes of the students, he ran towards the direction of the health room. Just now, when Wu Yan was preparing to analyze the class card, a phone call suddenly came in. The other party claimed to be Ilya and Mayo's class teacher. Then, he told him a piece of news. Ilya and Mayu were injured. Hearing this news, Wu Yan was almost stunned on the spot. Then, under the suggestion of the class teacher, he went to the private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. On the way to the health room, other than worry, Wu Yan only felt puzzled and vexed. What she was puzzled about was why Ilya and Mayu were injured, and why their form teacher called her immediately instead of calling their families. Furthermore, how did that class teacher know his phone number? He was vexed because he was not smart enough. Ilya and Mayu were accompanied by Ruby and Sapphire. They were able to transform into magical girls at any time. Since they were injured, then other than an accident, they could only have been attacked. According to the class teacher, Ilya and Mayu were not injured because of an accident. In that case, the only possibility was that they were attacked. But, would an ordinary person be able to attack 2 magical girls and even injure them? The answer was, of course, impossible. Wu Yan thought about it for a bit and he understood the situation. The attacker was definitely Little Black. After all, Blackie had just attacked Ilya yesterday. However, Wu Yan forgot about this. This was the reason why he was vexed. However, Wu Yan could not be blamed. At that time, Wu Yan's mind was already filled with the matter of the class card. He did not have the time to think about other things. Moreover, he was also present yesterday. If Ilya could have been injured, he would have definitely acted. Moreover, in the end, Ilya was not injured at all. Moreover, Little Black still looked as cute and playful as before. Thus, Wu Yan forgot about this episode. Now, thinking about it carefully, Little Black's attack on Ilya must have some hidden reason. Perhaps, he could find some information about why Little Black was born. From there, he could find a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, the most important thing was still Ilya and Mayo's injuries. Thinking of this, Wu Yan immediately quickened his pace. After passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the health room. Ilya. Mayu. The door of the health room was not closed. Wu Yan directly barged in. In the health room, Ilya was lying on a bed. She did not have any injuries on her body. Other than her clothes being a bit messy, she was still chatting with Meiyu. As for Meiyu, she moved a chair and sat beside Ilya. She chatted with Ilya intermittently. One of her arms was wrapped in bandages. Presumably, she had suffered some injuries. Big brother. Big brother Wu Yan. When the two girls heard the voice from the door, they immediately turned around and looked over. Soon after, their eyes lit up. One sat up from the bed and the other stood up. Seeing that the two girls seemed to be full of energy, Wu Yan secretly sighed in relief and walked over. How are you? After pressing Meiyu down and Ilya back on the bed, Wu Yan sized them up. Are you okay? I'm okay. It's fine, it's fine. Ilya and Meiyu shook their heads. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at them. You're okay? One is lying on the bed and the other has bandages on her arm. How can you be okay? I'm okay. I'm really okay, big brother. Ilya stretched her body and patted her head. I only fainted because my head was hit. I didn't suffer any injuries. Meiyu's injuries are a bit more serious. I was only scratched by an arrow. It's just a superficial wound. Meiyu also moved her arm. It was rare for her to explain to Wu Yan. Sapphire already healed that wound. This bandage is just for show. Big brother Wu Yan, don't worry, you don't seem to have suffered any injuries. Seeing Ilya and Meiyu moving their bodies calmly to prove themselves, Wu Yan felt relieved. At the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your teacher spoke so quickly. She didn't even give me a chance to ask before asking me to come here and hang up the phone. I thought you two were seriously injured, ahaha. Ilya laughed embarrassedly. Our teacher is indeed a bit impatient. Her nerves are also a bit big. She didn't let us say anything and forced us to come to the infirmary. We're fine, what I'm more curious about is why she called me instead of your family. Wu Yan asked curiously. Could it be your idea? Meiyu also felt embarrassed. It's because it's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Our teacher insisted on informing her family. That's why we asked her to call big brother Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt relieved. Chapter 1499. It's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and was puzzled. But it's okay to call Livia, right? Aren't we looking for relatives? Even if we don't look for Ilya's relatives, we can look for Meiyu's relatives, right? This. Meiyu's cheeks reddened and she began to stutter. Big brother, aren't you Meiyu's relative? Ilya smiled mischievously. Yesterday at the school gate, big brother, you personally admitted that you're Meiyu's brother. Wu Yan's expression became resentful. Alright, but why does your teacher have my phone number? Hearing this, Meiyu's face stiffened. Ilya was also stunned for a moment before she answered. Teacher got big brother's phone number from Meiyu. From Meiyu? Wu Yan looked at Meiyu in surprise. But I didn't ask for my phone number from Meiyu, eh? Then why does Meiyu have big brother's phone number in her notebook? Ilya tilted her head. A question mark appeared on her head. I remember it was written in my most, Ilya. Meiyu's little face panicked. She revealed an unprecedented ferocious expression and glared at Ilya. Ilya held her breath and smiled embarrassedly. My most? Wu Yan became more and more puzzled. His face was filled with confusion. Yes. That's right. Brother Wu Yan. Seeing that Wu Yan seemed to have the intention to continue asking, Meiyu quickly changed the topic. We saw the person who attacked us. Hearing this, Wu Yan suppressed the doubts in his heart and returned to the main topic. It's Blackie, right? Blackie? It's that black Ilya whose skin is very dark. It's very similar to Ilya's heroic spirit transformation. Wu Yan moved a chair and sat next to Meiyu. It's her, right? That's her. Ilya puffed up her cheeks, looking angry. What's going on with that black guy? Why attack me? Tell me about the situation first. Wu Yan waved his hand. What the hell is going on? That was this morning. Mei Yu was the one who explained. I went to school with Ilya. On the way to school, an arrow suddenly shot at us from the sky. Yesterday morning, after Big Brother sent us to school, I also encountered the same situation. Ilya hurriedly added. At that time, I was almost shot by that arrow. I was there too. Wu Yan nodded. At that time, I was just about to make a move when you dodged the arrow by yourself. It was also at that time that I discovered Little Black's existence. It seems that you weren't so lucky this morning. Just in time to dodge that arrow. That's right. With an innocent expression, Ilya lowered her shoulders. At that time, if it wasn't for Mei Yu discovering that arrow and pushing me away, let alone being in the infirmary, I might not even need to be taken in by the hospital. It was also because of this that my arm was scratched by the arrow. Ilya, who was pushed away by me, also crashed into the pole and fainted. When she reached here, Mei Yu lowered her head apologetically to Ilya. I'm sorry, Ilya, Mei Yu didn't do anything wrong. Ilya hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. If it wasn't for Mei Yu, I would be dead now. The one who should apologize is me. I caused Mei Yu to be injured. I'm fine. I was just scratched, the wound isn't deep. Mei Yu shook her head and looked at Wu Yan. At that time, I looked up and saw the attacker leaving the scene. Then you saw Little Black, right? Wu Yan pursed his lips and muttered. But why would Little Black attack Ilya? Big Brother, didn't you say you met that black guy yesterday? Ilya sat up from the bed and grabbed the blanket. Her gem-like eyes were a bit angry and also a bit doubtful. What happened at that time? Ma, we almost got into a fight. Wu Yan shrugged. But later, because she was hungry, she found a family restaurant and chatted for a bit. Big Brother, you went to eat with that black guy? Ilya widened her eyes in disbelief. Why? Little Black doesn't have any hostility towards me. Wu Yan awkwardly turned his face away. So, unknowingly, what? Ilya had a displeased look on her face. That guy wanted to kill me, that's why we almost fought. Wu Yan laughed and patted Ilya's head, who was throwing a tantrum. Later, because of other things, I forgot that she attacked you. I didn't expect that she would attack you again. It was my negligence. Sorry, it has nothing to do with Big Brother. Ilya puffed up her cheeks again. It's all that black guy's fault. Both Wu Yan and Mei Yu chuckled when they heard Ilya's childish reply. But Mei Yu showed a confused expression. Why did that Ilya want to kill Ilya? I don't know. I wanted to ask her yesterday, but looking at her, she won't answer me. Wu Yan knocked on the edge of the bed and said in a muffled voice. What I can be sure of is that since Blackie attacked Ilya both yesterday and today, she will definitely come to take Ilya's life again. Ilya jumped in fright. Then won't I be in danger? It's all right. Ilya, Mei Yu said with a determined expression. I will definitely protect you. I'm just afraid that even if the two of you work together, you won't be Little Black's opponent. Wu Yan put his hand on Mei Yu's head. He gently stroked her head while his eyes fluctuated slightly. Little Black is currently borrowing the power of the Archer class card and possessing the heroic spirit of the Archer class card. Mei Yu, you also saw the battle between me and the heroic spirit of the Archer class card that day. Little Black has that kind of power. I don't think the two of you have a high chance of winning against such an opponent. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. Moreover, Little Black is different from those violent heroic spirits who use class cards to materialize. She has her own rationality and knows how to use her brain to fight. The difficulty of dealing with her is definitely not something those heroic spirits can compare to. It's better for you to treat her as your strongest enemy, the strongest enemy. Ilya and Mei Yu looked at each other in dismay. Then, what about you, Big Brother? Ilya asked cautiously. Is that black guy stronger than you, Big Brother? I can't really tell. Wu Yan scratched his head. In terms of level, Little Black is the same as Wu Yan, whose power was suppressed by the limiter bracelet. They are both level 75. However, level only represents the surface power. It doesn't represent the true strength. For example, if both of them are level 75 and have the same strength, but one of them has a gold armament while the other is barehanded, then the former will definitely win and it will be an overwhelming victory. For example, if both of them are level 75 but Wu Yan has the infinite armory, 103,000 grimoires, superpowers, familiars, ruby mode and many other means. If the other person only has the surface power without any means, then the winner will definitely be Wu Yan. Last time, when I fought against the heroic spirit Ilya, I still have other means that I didn't use. I also kept my trump card. After some consideration, Wu Yan gave such an answer. Little Black's strength should be the same as Ilya's at that time. Or rather, Ilya might be Little Black at that time. In that case, if she only has the strength that she showed that day and doesn't have any other means, then it won't be hard for me to win against Little Black, isn't that enough? Ilya clapped her hands happily. With Big Brother here, that black guy can't do anything to me, right? But I can't always stay by your side. Wu Yan poured a bucket of cold water on her without mercy. Little Black will definitely find an opportunity, then what should we do? Ilya wanted to cry but no tears came out. Should we just wait for them to come to us? Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up. That's right. Let's do that. Huh. This time, it was Ilya and Mei Yu's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1500. Late at night. Clear and cold air gradually pervaded every space. Darkness slowly swallowed all the sounds, causing all the activities during the day to cease. The lively atmosphere also dissipated with the wind. On the terrifyingly quiet street, Ilya, who was wearing casual clothes with a scarf around her neck, was walking by herself. Cold wind blew past Ilya's frail and slender body, causing her to curl up into a ball. Her desolate back appeared so miserable. As for Ilya herself, her face was covered in tears. She wanted to cry but had no tears. And here I thought that I would no longer have to sacrifice my sleeping time to wander around late at night. Ilya's large watery eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but shout loudly. Why do I have to be so unlucky? Ilya. Ruby was on Ilya's shoulder. She waved her ribbon-made limbs and took joy in Ilya's misfortune. All of this is for your own sake. You must not give yourself away. Woo. Ilya immediately sobbed. She endured the cold wind and complained with tears in her eyes. Magical girls and whatnot. Sure enough, they can only be so unrestrained on television. I have truly disgraced all magical girls. How can you say that? Ruby retorted. Ilya is already a very qualified magical girl. Is that so? Ilya asked with a lack of interest. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to ask you how you judged me. Is there even a need to ask? Ruby said proudly. Of course it's cute. A magical girl only needs to be cute. Everything else doesn't matter. Ilya, you're very qualified. I knew it. Ilya was like a deflated balloon. She withered. Sure enough, I shouldn't have asked. While chatting with Ruby intermittently, Ilya walked to the other end of the street in a seemingly desolate manner. In a corner not far behind Ilya, several heads popped out. They looked at Ilya, who was shivering in the cold wind. At the same time, sympathy appeared in their eyes. I keep feeling. Chuju turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Ilya. It seems bad for us to be here and watch others suffer. Ilya sure is pitiful. Mikoto couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Looks like it's very cold. It's fine if it's cold. The ruby is providing magic power to Ilya. Even if it snows, nothing will happen to Ilya. Rin Enben's eyes twitched. If I had to choose between cold and walking back and forth on foot for 3 hours on a deserted street, I would choose one. I would definitely choose the former. The most important thing is. Sapphire said calmly. Lady Ilya took both of them. Hearing this, the many young ladies hiding in the corner fell silent for a moment. Then, they looked at Ilya with even more sympathy. Speaking of which. After a while, Livia grumbled. Why do we have to stay here and watch over Ilyasfer? Mikoto looked at Livia in surprise. Aren't you companions? Shouldn't you step forward when your companions are in trouble? Well, you're right. Livia pouted, unable to let go of the situation. We can capture that black Ilya tomorrow. Why do we have to capture her on the street at this time of the night? Not tomorrow. Mikoto, who was hiding at the bottom of the group, stared at Ilya, who was walking in front of her. She answered without hesitation. If we capture her later, she'll be in danger. Ilya will be in more danger. We need to capture that black bro Wu Yenji mentioned as soon as possible. You're all too serious. Livia's face fell. Seriously, I still have to build my new home. Stop complaining. Livia. Rin Enben glanced at Livia. We're the ones who dragged Ilya and Mayu, who are ordinary people, into the water. Not only that, we haven't reported the truth to the Magic Association yet. Now, such an abnormal situation has occurred because of the class card. If we don't hurry up and capture that black Ilya and figure out the reason for this matter, once this matter is exposed, both of us will be doomed. This time, Livia was speechless. The child didn't even complain, so you should stop complaining. Mikoto looked around Ilya's surroundings. There's no harm in capturing that kid called Little Black, no matter if it's for public or private reasons. So, let's be serious. I know. Livia sighed helplessly. But will she really take the bait? As long as the target is still Ilya, she won't let go of any chance. Mikoto clenched her fists. Her eyes were burning with flames. It's fine. I'll protect Ilya. Mikoto-sama. Sapphire couldn't help but ridicule. I feel that your concern for Lady Ilya has reached an overly heavy degree. In short. Rin Enben had a meaningful smile on his face. The bait has been thrown. Now, let's see when the fish takes the bait. As soon as he said that, a blue and white light flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto was shocked. It's here. At this moment, a black shadow flashed through the air. Like a bat in the night, it left a long afterimage and landed on top of a wall. Then, an unusually loud air-piercing sound echoed in the silent street. Like a fierce gale, it cut through the darkness of the night and shot toward Ilya, who was walking in front of her. Don't even think about it. In the corner, Mikoto was the first to jump out. She spread out her hands and a weak electric current danced between her fingers before landing on the ground. As if she was pulling something out of the ground, Mikoto forcefully raised her hand. A wave of black iron sand rolled back and forth. Like a pitch-black materialized air current, the iron sand was violently flung out in the air. The iron sand transformed into whips and ruthlessly lashed out, colliding with the object shooting toward Ilya. It was a black arrow. Bam! With a muffled sound, the pitch-black arrow and the pitch-black iron sand whips that came from all directions collided in midair, causing a gust of wind to explode. Ilya. The other girls also rushed out and rushed towards Ilya. Ah. As expected, it's not that simple. However, just as the young women were about to arrive before Ilya, the black silhouette on the ground suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked Ilya's path, blocking all the young women from advancing. Good morning, sisters. A mischievous laughter came from the black figure, attracting the attention of all the people in the room. No, it should be good evening now. Her black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind, and her red skirt undulated in response. The petite girl raised her head, and a pair of dazzling amber-like eyes were imprinted in everyone's vision. At the same time, what was imprinted in everyone's vision was a pair of black and white sabers that flickered with cold arcs, and a perverse smiling face. That face was exactly the same as Ilya's. You bastard. Ilya grabbed the ruby and transformed. She glared angrily at the girl who had the same face as her. "You've finally appeared. I knew it. With your personality, it's impossible for you to wander around the streets in the middle of the night." Blackie spread her hands that were holding the dual swords and said helplessly. "So it's a trap. You're Blackie, right?" Chuju took a step forward and aimed White Cherry at Blackie. "I've heard Yen mention you before. Has Big Brother mentioned me before?" The perverse smile on Blackie's face slowly turned into a genuine smile. "That's truly delightful, unfortunately." Mikoto stroked her bangs and looked at Blackie. "Yen isn't very happy about what you've done. Well, if it's Big Brother, he'll definitely forgive me." Blackie smiled provocatively. "After I kill that eyesore, I'll definitely apologize to Big Brother. Do you think you can do that?" Mikoto raised her sapphire wand. She didn't hide the hostility in her eyes. "Perhaps we're not your match, but with Wu Yen, Nyang's two companions, do you think you have a chance of winning? Although I don't want to bully you with numbers." Rin and Osaka placed one hand on her waist and stared at Blackie. "However, I still ask you to surrender without a fight, oh?" Blackie raised her eyebrow and smiled. Her smile was very sarcastic. "You seem to have forgotten. My goal isn't to fight with you." After saying that, Blackie turned around and charged forward. She carried her dual swords and pounced at the stunned Ilya. Chapter 1501. Like a ferocious beast that had blended into the night and pounced on its prey, everyone present could see that Little Black's amber eyes were filled with genuine murderous intent as he charged out. He raised his black and white dual swords that flickered with an icy cold light and slashed down mercilessly at Ilya's head. The black and white dual swords that were slashing down stirred up a frenzied wind, blowing Ilya's snow-like long hair that was below the blades into a mess. It also woke Ilya, who was in a daze. "Ilya." Seeing that Ilya was about to die under Little Black's blades, Rin and Osaka and the others narrowed their eyes to the size of a needle tip. "Got her." Accompanied by a shout that was filled with confidence of victory, the pair of black and white dual swords fell toward Ilya's head. Clang! Unfortunately, Little Black's attack that was filled with confidence of victory was exchanged with an extremely clear clashing sound and intense sparks that shot out in all directions. Little Black's expression turned grave as he looked at the pink-haired girl who had appeared in front of him without any warning. She held a long sword made of crystal in her hand and blocked the black and white dual swords. He could not help but let out a tisked sound. "I'm sorry." Chuju's yellow-green eyes reflected Little Black's vexed expression as the hand that was holding White Cherry continued to exert strength and rubbed against the black and white dual swords even more violently, causing even more intense sparks to shoot out in all directions. "Before we figure out the cause of this matter, I won't allow you to continue like this. For the time being, I can't let you touch Ilya." After saying that, Chuju exerted force and White Cherry in her hands suddenly flicked upwards. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the black and white dual swords in Little Black's hand actually shattered under White Cherry's upward flick and exploded into pieces. This allowed White Cherry's momentum to cut through the air and flick up from below, slashing toward Little Black's chin. Little Black quickly leaned back and took a step back. The sharp sword light just grazed the tip of her nose and flicked upwards. What a fast speed! Little Black stomped on the ground. Chuju quickly retreated and put some distance between him and Chuju. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chuju, who was protecting Ilya behind her. "You actually reacted in such a short time. He even bypassed me." He shielded the coward behind him. "You're quite capable, sister. It's a pity." Chuju stared at Xiaohei while holding White Cherry in one hand. He used his other hand to protect Ilya behind him. "If you were an enemy, there would be no need for me to go around you. I would have killed you with a single slash. You speak as if you've already won." Blackie revealed a malicious smile. But Blackie's petite figure suddenly turned into a red mist and blended into the night. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chuju and Ilya. "If it's just a competition of speed, I have an even better way to cheat." "What?" Sensing the aura behind her, Chuju's face changed. Teleportation? Correct. Magic whirlpools appeared on Xiaohei's hands and turned into two different colored short blades. She raised them slightly. Presumably, in the next instant, this pair of sharp short blades will once again slash toward Ilya. However, Xiaohei's body suddenly stopped. Her heart tightened. That's because two resplendent gems slid down from Xiaohei's head and entered her field of vision. Private, mark, sex, start. In the next instant, the gems shone with intense light and exploded. Boom! Intense flames instantly enveloped the center of the street. Violent wind and dust engulfed the entire place. The instant the gems exploded, Chuju carried Ilya and arrived beside Mikoto, Rin Enbin, Luvia, and Mio in a blink of an eye. They avoided the flames and explosion. Xiaohei really wanted to chase after Ilya, but even she couldn't ignore Rin Enbin and Luvia's gem magic. She could only helplessly use teleportation and retreat to the other side of the flames. They actually used such a powerful magic on the street of a residential area. Xiaohei looked around. She frowned when she saw the buildings that didn't even light up despite the commotion. Did they set up a barrier? It's just a magic barrier used for hypnosis. Rin Enbin held a gem and had a fake smile on his face. So, if you go berserk and decide to destroy all the buildings and kill everyone in there, we won't be able to do anything. No matter what, it won't reach that state. Xiaohei narrowed her eyes and pointed her short blade at Ilya. Don't worry, my target is only Ilya. That's the most worrisome thing. Ilya shouted. We don't want to do anything to you. Mikoto met Xiaohei's gaze. We just have some questions we want to ask you. So, if possible, can you talk to us? Of course. To everyone's surprise, Xiaohei didn't refuse at all. She agreed without hesitation, causing the girls to show joy. But, Xiaohei's next words proved that the girls were too naive. I told you, my target is only Ilya. Xiaohei rested her short blade on her shoulder. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were very serious. As long as you obediently hand Ilya over to me, I will answer all of your questions. Why do you have to kill me? Ilya couldn't help but shout. Did I do anything to you that's out of line? Excessive? Xiaohei's expression turned cold. I don't know if it's excessive to you, but I know that what I'm about to do is definitely excessive. You. Ilya was so angry that she trembled. It seems like there's no way to talk in this situation. Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry. You really don't want to return with us? Sorry. Xiaohei smiled faintly. I also want to get along with everyone, but that's after killing Ilya. Then, there's no other way. Rin Hosoka's face tensed up. Everyone. Capture her. You should have done this long ago. Xiaohei's smile disappeared. She lowered her body and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Blackie arrived in front of the girls from nearly 20 meters away. The black and white swords in his hands glowed in the night. His target was still Ilya, and he slashed at her with a sharp howl. The first one to react was Mikoto. Mikoto's brown eyes locked onto Blackie's figure. Lightning flashed from her body, and the iron sand around her undulated up and down. The shadow of a whip lashed out at lightning speed, and with a pa sound, it landed on Blackie's body. No. The iron sand whip didn't hit Xiaohei's body. A sword wall formed by giant swords appeared beside Blackie out of nowhere. It was as if it knew that the attack would come from there. It blocked the iron sand whip that was wildly lashing at Blackie. Xiaohei stared at Ilya with her cold eyes. She let out a low growl. She stomped on the ground and leaped over. Although she wasn't as fast as Chuju, she was still faster than anyone else present. Ha! Hinajiku, who had been protecting Ilya all this while, used her White Cherry to create a dazzling sword light and slashed towards Blackie, who was charging towards her. Clang! Xiaohei raised her black short blade and swung it at Chuju's White Cherry. Clang! Hinajiku felt a powerful force from Xiaohei's black dagger, along with White Sakura's blade, and actually pushed White Sakura to the side. Chi, the white dagger with sharp sword light cut through the air and swung toward Ilya. Activate all physical defenses. Ruby's voice sounded at almost the same time. Clang. Ilya raised her wand horizontally in front of her and blocked Blackie's white dagger. You. With an angry expression on her face, Ilya shouted out loud. Don't look down on me. The wand in Ilya's hand flashed with pink magical light. Cannon fire. A streak of pink light flashed across the entire street like a meteor. It carried with it a powerful force as it suddenly exploded between the many girls and Blackie. Bang, flames and dust once again rose in the middle of the street, enveloping everyone in it and spreading to the surroundings. Not long after, wind and waves blew in all directions. Chapter 1502. The chilly night wind whistled through the street that was filled with flames and smoke, taking away everything that obstructed one's vision, revealing the somewhat broken street. Cough, cough, cough. In the evening wind, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Enben, Luvia, Miyu, and even Ilya were coughing non-stop as if they were choking on the smoke. However, they didn't seem to have any injuries on their bodies. Ilya. Rin Enben glared at Ilya while coughing. Don't use the mana cannon at such a close distance. Ilyasfer. Luvia was furious as well. Are you trying to drag us all into this? I am sorry. Ilya also coughed. She had an awkward expression on her face. I forgot, but it's strange. Mayu covered her mouth and nose as she said this with a face full of suspicion. She used such a powerful mana cannon, why didn't we suffer any damage? Did she go easy on us? Hinajiku was impressed. She wanted to kill you. I didn't expect that as the person involved, you would actually show mercy, go easy on her. Ilya was stunned. She said something that caused the girls to be stunned. I didn't go easy on her, I used my full strength. You didn't go easy on her? Mikoto was surprised. That can't be right. It was clearly much more powerful than the last time they fought in that mansion, okay? But I really didn't show any mercy. Ilya raised her magic wand. Layers upon layers of magic power surged out from it. It rose into the air. However, even though the mana in Ilya's staff was constantly being released, the amount of mana that could be released in one go was pitifully small. If it was the Ilya of the past, the mana she released would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger. Ilya was shocked. Why is it like this? Many of the girls seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Hinajiku and Mikoto glanced at each other and activated their system perception to look at Ilya. Ilya's field. Foam. Ainsbaron, level 62, level 62. Wasn't Ilya originally level 66? Became weaker? She's become weaker. Ilya. Not far away from the girls, Blackie also emerged from the dust carried away by the evening wind. A smile appeared on his face. However, that's only natural. Although my power comes from the class card, the magic capacity is taken away from your body, and your own magic capacity will decrease. That's a very normal thing. This. Rin and Osaka, Luvia, and Mio looked at each other. In other words. Xiao Hei grabbed the black and white sabers. He tapped his foot. Then, with a swoosh, it pounced at Ilya again. Attacks that are purely composed of magic power. For a magical girl who doesn't perform magic, her mana capacity will decrease, and her mana output will decrease as well. If her output is insufficient, her attack power will decrease, and her strength will naturally decrease as well. With these words, Blackie rushed into the group of girls in the blink of an eye. It was completely unrestrained and was not afraid of being besieged. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Hinajiku lowered her body and slid, sticking close to the ground. She slid under the belly of Blackie, who was charging at her. White Cherry pierced towards Blackie's belly with a clear whistle. Clang! The crystal sword clashed with Xiao Hei's black saber, and sparks exploded. So annoying. Xiao Hei's white saber that could cut a person in half tore through the air and slashed at Chuju. The sharp edge of the saber enlarged in Chuju's eyes, but Chuju had an unusual smile on her face. Xiao Hei seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded above Xiao Hei's head. Xiao Hei raised his head and looked above him. Then, a pitch-black iron sand sword descended from the sky. The scene of it descending like a stream of light entered Xiao Hei's field of vision. Clang! At this moment of imminent peril, Xiao Hei used all of his strength to forcibly pull back the white saber that was slashing at Chuju. Then, he collided with the iron sand sword that was descending from the sky. With a sound of collision, the iron sand sword was knocked flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, right after the iron sand sword was knocked flying by Xiao Hei, a series of sharp piercing sounds mixed together in the sky, and without any rhythm, resounded in the moonlit night. Pitch-black iron sand swords were like a torrential storm, and with great force, they fell towards Xiao Hei, whose beautiful face changed abruptly. 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas. Xiao Hei shouted and abandoned the short saber in one hand. He raised his palm and aimed at the iron sand swords that were descending like a storm. A whirlpool of magic power fluctuated above his palm, and with one expansion, it turned into a blossoming pink flower petal-light shield. Clang 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 clang. Immediately after, the pitch-black iron sand storm mercilessly fell on the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, violently colliding with each other, setting off an endless series of collision sounds. In Xiao Hei's perception, the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, in his hands seemed to have become heavier. Moreover, as the pitch-black sword rain fell, each sword became heavier. A moment later, like a flood bursting out of a dam, a violent force burst out from the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, attacking Xiao Hei's petite body. Humph. With the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas' defense, Xiao Hei was not injured, but under the impact of the iron sand sword rain, he still let out a muffled groan. The ground under his feet has already cracked inch by inch, and cracks spread out in all directions. Suddenly, Xiao Hei saw. In the sky above the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, and the pitch-black sword rain, a smuff-like girl stood there, holding a magic wand with a rotating ring of runes at the front, gathering a huge magic light ball half the size of a person, and aiming it downwards. That is Mei Yu. Mei Yu, who has not made a move all this time, has been accumulating magic power from the very beginning, waiting for the opportunity to release the accumulated power to surpass the limit of the attack. Now is that opportunity. Xiao Hei's pupils shrank. Snipe. In the next second, Mei Yu's cold voice entered Xiao Hei's ears. In the sky, a dazzling light flashed, and a beam of light suddenly appeared, like a falling meteor, falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, all of the pitch-black iron sand swords were instantly vaporized by the dazzling blue light. The atmosphere repeatedly shook, and even the space rippled. It directly fell towards the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, below, and heavily fell down. Dong, like a meteorite crashing into Earth, the blue light beam hit the petal-shaped shield of light, stirring up violent magic ripples that scattered in all directions like sparks. Gotcha! After a few minutes of accumulation, the power of Mei Yu's magic cannon was now comparable to the power of a noble phantasm from True Name Liberation. The petal-shaped shield, 7 blazing heavens overturning 7 rings, Lawayas, cracked without any suspense. The dazzling light beam landed directly on the ground. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred in the middle of the street, on top of a roof far away from the center of the explosion. Xiao Hei stumbled out from a cloud of fog and landed on the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. Isn't this too reckless? Even Xiao Hei couldn't help but curse out loud. Isn't this a residential area? Aren't there people in the surrounding houses? Don't they have any scruples? Don't worry, a voice responded from behind Xiao Hei. The 2 magicians have already set up a defensive magic formation. Not good. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with horror when he heard the voice behind him, whoosh. In the sharp sound of something breaking through the air, a pink stream of light flashed behind Xiao Hei and appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Chuju raised her head and looked at Xiao Hei's back. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Blackie clenched his teeth and raised his hand as if he wanted to do something. However, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the side and wrapped around Blackie's raised hand. It's the iron sand whip. White Cherry drew a trail of afterglow and slashed down heavily. Poochie, a tearing sound echoed from Xiao Hei's body. Chapter 1503. Poochie, along with the ripping sound, all the other sounds in the arena seemed to have been blocked out, completely disappearing. Down below, Makoto, Rin and Osaka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mio all looked up at the ceiling with their mouths slightly agape, revealing a look of surprise. It wasn't just the other girls, even Hinajuku, who had cut down White Cherry, was slightly surprised. Chuju controlled the direction and strength of her attack. At most, it would only cause a superficial wound to Blackie. However, when the sword slashed down, it was not Xiao Hei's cry of pain or the sound of blood splattering. Instead, it was bits and pieces of clothes that flew around and were blown away by the wind. Xiao Hei gasped for breath, and a ball of mana burst out from his wrist, blowing up the iron sand whip that was wrapped around him. He dodged and retreated, landing under a tree below. However, Blackie's current situation caused many young girls to be stunned on the spot. Her skin is as dark as unmade chocolate, but it has a smooth luster. It's so dazzling that it's hard to look at it directly. A pair of slender legs adorned her delicate body that looks like it's made of glass. With her dark skin tone, she looks like a burning flame, revealing a sense of wildness. However, this body that was filled with wildness was now completely naked. Those clothes that are different from normal people's are only left with a bit of tatters. It's not enough to cover up her embarrassment. When White Cherry was about to cut Blackie's body, Blackie instinctively shrunk her body. In the end, because Hinajuku held back on purpose, conserving her strength and deviating from her position, when Blackie shrank back, White Cherry couldn't cut Blackie's body. Instead, her clothes were shredded into pieces. That's how Blackie ended up in this state. The girls didn't expect this to happen and were petrified. They didn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. So this big sister likes this kind of development? Blackie was also stunned for a moment. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on her face and she looked at Chuju playfully. You should have said so earlier. I don't mind letting you have a look. No. Chuju's mind was in a mess. Stuttering. Her face flushed red. It's not like that. I didn't mean that. Well, it doesn't matter. Xiao Hei generously tore off the remaining pieces of his clothes. She fell into a situation where she was completely naked. Anyway, it's late at night now. No one will see. Aren't there a lot of people here? Ilya shouted in exasperation. Don't say such shameless things with that face of yours. Sigh. Xiao Hei patted the dust off his body and covered his chest with his hand. Looking at the many girls who were confronting him, he frowned and muttered. Sure enough, 1 against 6 is still too difficult, not to mention that there are also the companions of those 2 big brothers. Those 2 people, even if they were to fight me one-on-one, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Rin and Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, Mio. If Xiao Hei only had these 4 enemies, then he wouldn't be afraid at all. Rin and Osaka and the others are all tier 7, but other than Mio, who is at the peak of tier 7, Rin and Osaka and Luvia have just reached tier 7. Their strength is nothing to be afraid of. Ilya's strength has also decreased a lot. Even if the 4 of them work together, Xiao Hei is confident he can easily defeat them. After all, Xiao Hei has the strength of a tier 8. Not just any tier 8. However, it's different if it's Chuju and Mikoto. They are at the same level as Xiao Hei. Although Xiao Hei is confident that he won't lose to either Chuju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation, that's only if it's a one-on-one situation. Projection magic. This is the power of the archer's heroic spirit that Xiao He controls. In this world, projection magic is a magic that isn't very useful. It's known as one of the most useless magic. It's a magic that uses mana to make an equivalent exchange. It uses mana to make a copy of an item and create an imitation of a material. There are 3 reasons why it's said to be useless. First, lack of imagination. Projection is a method that uses one's imagination to recreate the material in one's mind. If one's imagination is flawed, then the projection will have flaws. In other words, if the user of the projection magic thought that the projection was flawed, then it would be flawed. Second, capacity of mana. Because projection consumes mana. If the mana is too little, then the projected item won't have the ability to exceed the mana. In other words, the more powerful the projected item is, the more mana it requires. If the projected item exceeds the limit of the user's mana, then the user may die from excessive mana consumption. Third, instability. The projected item will disappear once it leaves the user's hand. The time it exists is very short. It's not practical and can't be used in any situation. Because of this, in this world, projection magic was only a useless magic trick that could only be used by some novice magic apprentices. Basically, there were many people who knew how to use it, but it could be said that there was no one who could use it. However, the archer rank card that Blackie relied on to survive had a very special projection magic that corresponded to his heroic spirit. It can project a noble phantasm. In other words, it's a replica of a noble phantasm. No. It's not as simple as projecting a noble phantasm. It can also copy the original user's experience and skills of the noble phantasm. As long as it's a projected noble phantasm, one can immediately use it as if they have used it before. Of course, there are limitations. No matter how perfect the projected noble phantasm is, it will be one level lower than the original noble phantasm. Most of the phantasms that can be projected can only be swords. Only a few special ones can be projected. The projection magic itself has limitations. No matter how special the heroic spirit's projection magic is, it can't be avoided. But it's different from normal projection magic. If it's used in a battle, it's a very powerful skill. Because of this projection magic, Xiao He is confident that she can win against Chiju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation. After all, she has more powerful noble phantasms that she hasn't projected yet, but it's not a one-on-one, it's not even a one-on-two, it's a one-on-6, there's no other way. Xiao He took a step back. The situation is not good, we can only retreat. You want to run? Mikoto stood up. Do you think you can run? Allah, have you forgotten, sister? Xiao He smiled slyly. I know how to teleport, I think. Hinajiku's tone changed as she laughed. You're the one who forgot, right? Xiao He was startled and tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Don't you think it's weird? Hinajiku and Mikoto took the rest of the girls and retreated. Where is the big brother that you keep talking about? Hearing this, Xiao He's expression froze, and he was stunned. Suddenly, with Xiao He as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius fluctuated and was covered by a layer of yellow light. Xiao He only felt an amazing gravitational force coming from the ground. His body couldn't help but shrink. Even his blood and heart were affected by the gravitational force at this moment. Xiao He cried out in pain. Take a nap, the familiar voice reverberated in the yellow space, causing Xiao He's face to turn slightly pale. In the next moment, an abnormal impact rushed into Xiao He's mind. Xiao He's vision blurred, her head was dizzy and she lost consciousness. Behind Xiao He, who was slowly falling down, a figure walked out of the void and hugged Xiao He's smooth and delicate body, holding it in his arms. Phew. Wu Yan let out a long sigh of relief. He shook his head as he watched Xiao He close his eyes and fall asleep. She really knows how to cause trouble, hand her over to us. Chiju and Mikoto ran over and grabbed Xiao He, covering her naked body. Along with the rest of the girls, they looked at Wu Yan with vigilance. Still looking? Turn your head away. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yan felt like he was being treated badly despite being a hero. Chapter 1504. In her hazy state, Xiaohe felt like her body is soaked in water. She doesn't feel like she's on the ground or floating in the air. She only feels like she's in an illusion. My body is a bit strange, that's the only thought in Xiaohe's hazy consciousness. With Xiaohe's hazy consciousness, she can't determine what kind of situation she's in. She only knows that there's a binding feeling around her. It's like something is hanging her in the air. That feeling is heavy but also light. In this situation, Xiaohe's consciousness slowly recovered. Her brain also regained the ability to operate. She slowly opened her eyes. The faint light began to enter Little Black's vision, causing it to subconsciously close its eyes again. Then, it opened its eyes again, revealing its amber-like eyes. Oh. Almost at the same time, a familiar voice sounded in the surroundings. Finally awake? Xiaohe was startled when she heard the voice. She raised her head and looked in front of her. There, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Rin Enben, Livia, Ilya, and Mio are all gathered together. They're either standing or sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. They're all looking at Xiaohe. Only now did Xiaohe clearly see her current situation. This was a rather spacious hall. Inside the hall, there's a complete set of furniture. There's a sofa, a table, chairs, a counter and a small kitchen. There's a glass door at the outside and an open balcony. At first glance, it's like a luxurious living room. The only difference between this room and an ordinary living room was the fact that there were palm-sized magic arrays on the surrounding walls. Upon closer inspection, Shifeng discovered that there were about 4 magic arrays. Meanwhile, inside these 4 intricate magic arrays, there were 4 different kinds of magic arrays. Pitch-black beams of light extended out like ropes towards the center. The front end formed 4 rings, which wrapped around a pair of slender wrists and a pair of soft ankles. Those are Xiaohe's wrists and ankles. Xiaohe's limbs are bound by these 4 black rings. Then, he was suspended in the air by a black rope of light that extended from the ring. Realizing its current situation, Blackie finally remembered. During the battle with Chuju, Mikoto, and the others, when he was about to retreat, someone took advantage of the situation and knocked him out. Tisk. Xiaohe gritted his teeth as he recalled everything that happened before he fainted. He began to struggle slightly. It's better not to waste your energy, Xiaohe. Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, shrugged. The 4 things on your limbs will neutralize the power exerted by the person who binds you. Once you use your strength, they will dissolve it. Unless your strength is above mine, you won't be able to break free. Neutralize the power used? Blackie stopped moving. Its amber eyes stared at the 4 precise geometric patterns rotating on the wall and frowned. What kind of magic is that? What kind of tactic was that? Why haven't I seen it? There are plenty of things you haven't seen before, little girl. Wu Yan chuckled. Are you so knowledgeable that you can recognize all the magic tricks in the world? Humph. Blackie coldly snorted and turned his head away, looking like he was throwing a tantrum. I didn't expect Big Brother to be the kind of person who would attack people from behind. I misjudged you. Oh. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He walked in front of Xiaohe and pulled her cheeks. You're just a girl who has been shooting arrows behind Ilya's back. You have no right to criticize me. You. Xiaohe whimpered incoherently as if she was resisting. Enough. Rin Enben stepped forward and said with dissatisfaction. If you want to bully her, you can bully her after you figure out the situation. Wu Yan shrugged again and let go of Xiaohe's cheeks. Big Brother is a bad guy. Xiaohe looked over with teary eyes. I thought Big Brother was gentle, but it was all a lie. Even if you look at me like that, it's not going to work. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Blackie. Who told you to attack Ilya for no reason? It wasn't for no reason. Xiaohe retorted. I did have a reason to attack her. Don't take it for granted. Ilya was furious. Can't you consider the feelings of those who were attacked? You should also consider the feelings of those who are kept in the dark. Rin Enben crossed his arms and looked at Xiaohe. We have a lot of questions waiting for you to answer for us, sigh. Xiaohe sighed and turned her head away impatiently. Why does everyone who meets me want to ask me questions? Because everything about you is a mystery. Livia sneered. Including existence. Hearing this, Blackie snorted softly. Then, unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. I won't answer any of your questions. That's not something you can decide. Rin Enben's expression turned serious. As a prisoner, you have no right to refuse to answer. Is that so? Xiaohe smiled provocatively. Then I don't mind if you ask in a more violent way. Let's see if I'll obediently answer your questions, you. Rin Enben stared at Xiaohe. Xiaohe didn't back down and looked at Rin Enben. The two stared at each other as if they were in the middle of a battle. It didn't take long for Rin Enben to admit defeat. Seriously, why is it so troublesome to find out something? Rin Enben rubbed his temples and glanced at Wu Yan. Since you know so many magic tricks that others don't know, isn't there a magic trick that can make people obediently answer your questions? If there's such a convenient magic trick, I want to learn it too. Wu Yan slapped his forehead and pouted. Well, I do know a magic trick that can read someone's memory, oh? Hearing this, the girls all looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. Read someone's memory? Xiaohe's expression changed and she glared at Wu Yan with a sharp gaze. Big brother, if you really do that, I will never forgive you. If I really wanted to do that, I would have done it from the start. Wu Yan looked at Xiaohe seriously. I understand. Everyone has their own difficulties. Little Black, I'm sure you're the same. You don't want your secret to be known by others. But, no matter what, you should tell us why you attacked Ilya, right? We can't just watch Ilya get hurt, right? This time, Xiaohe couldn't refute. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Xiaohe, waiting for his answer. Under everyone's gazes, Little Black lowered his head and said after a long time had passed. I just feel unbalanced. Everyone was stunned. That's right. Blackie abruptly raised his head and stared at the stunned Ilya as he yelled. You think you're right, you're living an ordinary life and you think you're very happy. You're clearly living a life arranged by someone else but you still think you're happy with it. I just feel unhappy. What are you talking about? Ilya couldn't help but reply somewhat angrily. Is it wrong to want to live an ordinary life? Yes. It is indeed right to live an ordinary life. But why can't I do it? Unknowingly, Blackie's tone had become emotional, and his expression had also become agitated. Why do I have to bear all of your past, all of your pain? Bear all of my past? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of my pain? Ilya had a doubtful look on her face, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It was as if she had pushed all of her problems to this person who looked exactly like her. This caused Ilya's heart to involuntarily tighten. She clutched her chest tightly and asked with a trembling and perturbed tone. What? What do you mean? Xiaohe opened her mouth. She seemed to want to say something. But in the next moment, her expression changed. At the same time, Blackie's body that was suspended from the ground trembled and became blurry. It was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Chapter 1505. As though she was soaking in a bubbling liquid, an orange stream of air rose from Blackie's body. Like steam or mist, it gradually spread to the surroundings. As the steam-like orange gas spread, Blackie's body gradually became illusory. As though her existence was erased by something, her delicate body became transparent. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone present was at a loss of what to do. What's going on? Blackie. Wu Yan stood up from the sofa. His expression fluctuated violently. Although he didn't know what was going on, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Blackie's tanned face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though her body had become transparent, one could still clearly see that her complexion had become deathly pale. Moreover, she was fiercely struggling. "Let me go. Let me go. What's going on? What's going on?" Ilya was the first to panic. "What's going on?" "Blackie." Wu Yan came in front of Blackie and placed his hand on her faintly discernible shoulder. "What's going on? Let me go. Big brother. Let me go." Blackie didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Instead, she continued to struggle while shouting at Wu Yan agitatedly. It was as though she was a child being chased by a ferocious beast. Her eyes were filled with intense fear. Seeing Blackie's appearance, Wu Yan realized that now wasn't the time to ask about the cause of the matter. He raised his hand and immediately wanted to undo the restraints on Blackie's body. "Wait." At this moment, Livia hastily stopped him. "What if she runs away again?" "I won't run away. I won't run away." Blackie shouted with a face full of pleading. "I beg of you, let me go, big brother, I don't care." Seeing this, Wu Yan didn't hesitate anymore. He fiercely clenched his teeth. "If she runs away, I'll catch her again." After saying that, Wu Yan placed his hands on the two pitch-black rings on Blackie's wrists. A ball of impact exploded in his hand. It cut off the flow of magic within the pitch-black ring. Bang! On the wall, the four precise geometric patterns that were rotating suddenly paused, trembled, and then burst apart with a crisp cracking sound. The pitch-black beams of light that extended from the four precise geometric patterns also dissipated instantly. The four pitch-black rings on Blackie's four limbs also exploded. He released Little Hay from its shackles. However, Xiao He, who had been freed from his restraints, did something that shocked everyone present at the same time. Orange gas rose from his body. As soon as Little Black landed on the ground, it stomped hard on the floor with its little feet and threw its faintly discernible and somewhat transparent body into the arms of Wu Yan, who was caught off guard and unable to react in time. Wu Yan did not expect Blackie's sudden move. Being pounced on so forcefully, his body immediately fell backwards. With a bang, he sat on the ground. "Big brother." Before Wu Yan could cry out in pain, Xiao He, who jumped into Wu Yan's arms, leaned forward and without hesitation, he kissed Wu Yan on the lips. Mouth to mouth. Wu Yan was stunned, Ilya was stunned, Miyu was stunned, Chuju and Mikoto were also stunned, Rin and Osaka and Livia were also stunned, even Ruby and Sapphire, who were acting as UFOs by the side, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Other than Blackie, everyone including Wu Yan widened their eyes and mouths. They were completely stunned on the spot and did not react for a long time. Ugh! Xiao He didn't give them time to react. Like a fairy that only appears in a dream, she flashed in and out of existence. She wrapped her hands around Wu Yan's neck and hugged him tightly. She moved her head closer to Wu Yan as if she didn't want to get close enough to Wu Yan. She started moving her lips. Even its little tongue did not hesitate to enter Wu Yan's mouth. It took the initiative to wrap around Wu Yan's tongue, which was a little too big for itself and intertwined with each other. For a moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. The only sound was the incessant tsk from Little Black's passionate kisses and the incessant sucking sound that reverberated in the vast hall. Many girls' minds were blank, they did not move at all. They stood there in a daze as if they were petrified. Wu Yan didn't know what to do for a while. It took him a while before he came back to his senses. What on earth was Blackie doing? At the same time, Wu Yan reflexively wanted to push away the little girl in his arms. But at this time, he also realized that something was wrong. Xiao He wasn't just kissing her. She was absorbing his magic power. Wu Yan could clearly feel that the mana in his body was being absorbed by Little Black at an extremely slow rate. The mana that was being drained was only a drop in the ocean for Wu Yan. But after the mana flowed into Little Black's body, its faintly discernible body quickly returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, how could Wu Yan not understand the meaning of Little Black's sudden action? Although he did not know what was going on, Little Black seemed to need enough mana to support its existence. Otherwise, its body would evaporate like just now. Thinking about it, the battle with the girls just now must have consumed a lot of Little Black's mana. Laughing bitterly in his heart, Wu Yan could only maintain his sitting position and be begged by Little Black. On the other side, Little Black was passionately kissing Wu Yan while absorbing the mana that he needed. His heart was full of shock. In just a short while, Little Black had already absorbed all the mana that an ordinary magician possessed. It was enough to satisfy his needs and maintain his body for a long time. However, after absorbing such a large amount of mana, Wu Yan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His expression was still as usual. Only now did Little Black feel the mana in Wu Yan's body through the intimate contact with Wu Yan. It was like an ocean, endless and endless magic power. Moreover, it was not ordinary mana. The quality was extremely pure, to the extent that Little Black was shocked. Such pure mana, even if it was just a drop, was enough to match the mana of an ordinary magician. With such pure mana, even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it would be of great use to Little Black. For example, if an ordinary version of the same amount of mana could only sustain Little Black for about 10 days, then the extremely pure mana in Wu Yan's body could sustain Little Black for about a year. The difference was so great. Moreover, the mana in Wu Yan's body was not only pure, but also almost endless. How could this not shock Xiaohei? Little Black did not know that not only was Wu Yan the most suitable true ancestor to cultivate mana, but he also cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Not only that, Wu Yan's mana was also purified by the water of the mystical pond. He was also purified by the first blood of the Ivolan Saint Dragon Emperor. Even the other primogenitors couldn't compare to him in terms of mana. Perhaps, Wu Yan already stood at the peak of the magic world. Wu Yan had many tricks up his sleeve, but only familiars and the ruby mode could be considered the strongest. If there was anything Wu Yan could surpass these two, it would be Wu Yan's mana. As the pure mana flowed into Little Black's body, the orange gas on Little Black's body slowly disappeared. Little Black's body solidified again, and not long after, it returned to its original state, phew. As if it was satisfied, their lips parted with a comfortable gasp, drawing a silver line in the air, making the atmosphere a little more lewd. Big brother. Little Black's cheeks were red, her eyes watery and dazed. She panted heavily as she hugged Wu Yan again. I can't live without you. I can't live without you. Her soft and affectionate words made Wu Yan's mouth twitch as he hugged Little Black's tiny body. The other girls also came to their senses. They looked at Wu Yan with anger, disdain, indifference, shyness, and all sorts of other emotions. However, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth, Lulakan. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1506. Explain it to me clearly. Seeing Blackie sitting on the sofa beside Wu Yan with a blissful expression and tightly hugging one of his arms, Ilya hugged her head in frustration. You said strange words and did strange things. You strangely chased after me to kill me and strangely kissed Big Brother. What are you trying to do? Didn't I already explain it earlier? Blackie seemed to be in a good mood. She was no longer as excited as she was when she confronted Ilya. She was also not as anxious as she was when her body almost disappeared. Instead, she had a calm smile on her face. I merely absorbed a little bit of Big Brother's magic power. So, why do you need to absorb Big Brother's magic power? Ilya bared her teeth and tried her best to put on a fierce expression. However, when she made such an expression with her delicate face, others would only think that she was making a face. It was very cute. Furthermore, to absorb magic power, must you use that kind of method? You really don't know anything. You're so ordinary that it's frightening. Blackie restrained her smile and curled her lips. Do you think that everyone is like rubies and sapphires, able to provide magic power to others as they wish? Then why is it Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She had an embarrassed and resentful appearance. You're still using that face that's exactly the same as mine. Oh. Blackie blinked her eyes and smiled proudly. Could it be that you're jealous? Jealous that I can take Big Brother's lips? Woo. Ilya immediately cried out. Steam rose from her head and she weakly refuted. No. It's not like that. Seeing Ilya's appearance, the group of girls gathered their gazes on Wu Yan again. It was as if they were looking at a perverted lolicon. Their eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. I'm innocent. Wu Yan really wanted to shout out this sentence, but he knew that he couldn't. However, he knew that it would be useless even if he shouted. The entire process. The group of young ladies were all watching at the scene. Naturally, they knew who was to blame for this situation. But who told Wu Yan to take advantage of him? Since he had taken advantage of her, it didn't matter whether he was wrong or not. All of them had to bear the depression in the hearts of the young girls who had nowhere to vent. Wu Yan could only swallow the bitterness in his heart. Under the disdainful and cold gazes of so many pairs of eyes on the scene. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her emotions and glanced at the arm that was hugging her tightly. Little Black was humming happily. Xiao, can you tell us what happened just now? Hearing this, Little Black stopped humming. The girls also became more spirited and serious. If I'm not wrong, just now, if you didn't absorb the mana from me, you might have already disappeared, right? Wu Yan frowned. What's going on? Why was it like this? Isn't this a matter of course? Xiao He is still hugging Wu Yan's arm, but the smile on her face faded into a thin line. She didn't even look at the others as she answered with a nonchalant expression. I don't exist in this world to begin with. Now that I have a body, how can I continue to live without paying a price? Price? Rin Enben frowned and said with uncertainty. In other words, paying the mana is the price for your continued existence? That's right. Little Black put one of her hands on her chest. Because of the rank card in Ilya's heroic spirit transformation, plus many coincidences, I was born. My existence is basically the same as the heroic spirits you've faced in the past. I relied on the power of the rank card in my body to materialize. Little Black's amber eyes trembled slightly. However, the heroic spirits can maintain their form in the mirror realm by absorbing the mana in Fuyuki City's veins, but I can't. So, I can only use other means to obtain the mana I need, that's... Livia lowered her voice. Absorb mana from others? Little Black didn't answer, it was a silent agreement. Wouldn't that be too reckless? Rin and Osaka shot Blackie a sharp look. Although everyone has magic power in their bodies, and even ordinary people more or less have some, if you wantonly absorb other people's magic power like this, the people who can't adapt will fall into a state of exhaustion, and the people who have too much magic power sucked will go into shock. What's more, if you absorb it endlessly, it is possible that the life force will be converted into magic power. Do you know that you are harming people? I'm not going to sacrifice people's lives just to maintain my existence. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to remind me. Little Black glanced at Rin Enben. What's more, the mana I've been using up until now was taken from Ilya. I haven't absorbed anyone's mana until today. You don't have to worry, plus. Like a sunny day after a storm, Blackie beamed as he buried his head into Wu Yan's arm. He continued with a blissful look on his face. Big Brother has such powerful mana and it's terrifyingly pure. As long as Big Brother is here, I'll be able to exist forever. Little Black raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. I gave you my first kiss, Big Brother. You'll take responsibility for it, right? Wu Yan covered his head and closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at Little Black. Even if he used his knees to think, he could imagine how the girls were looking at him right now. Little Black. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan looked up and stared at Little Black. "You, who are you?" Everyone had their hearts in their mouths. This was undoubtedly the question that the relevant personnel wanted to know the most. If it was before, Little Black would definitely not answer Wu Yan's question. But now, Little Black had a vague answer as to why she wanted to kill Ilya. She even revealed her existence. Coupled with the change in her emotions, perhaps Little Black would give an answer. Who knows? Facts have proven that Wu Yan's idea was correct. "I've said it before, I'm Ilya." Little Black closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. It was as if the person she was about to say wasn't herself. To be exact, it should be said that due to certain reasons, another personality was born in Ilya's body. Due to certain reasons. Rin Enbin and Luvia's expression turned serious. Born in Ilya's body. Mio couldn't help but look at Ilya. Born. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Another personality. Ilya's expression kept changing. She couldn't help but ask. "Then why didn't I know of your existence? Why didn't you appear before me? Didn't I say it already? I was born due to certain reasons." Little Black coldly looked at Ilya. "It's because of this certain reasons that my existence was completely denied. I was even sealed. If it wasn't for you displaying extraordinary willpower that day and breaking the seal in my body, I wouldn't have appeared. I wouldn't have obtained my body." "You said seal?" Rin Enbin was surprised. "There's a seal in Ilya's body? Can you speak more clearly?" Ilya bit her lips. "Then what is this certain reasons? What's with the seal? What did you mean when you said that I wanted you to bear all the pain and suffering in the past?" Saw. Little Black closely stared at Ilya. After a long time, she spread her hands. "Who knows, you?" Anger appeared on Ilya's face. "Since you think it's all my fault, then at least let me know what happened to me." "No." However, Blackie revealed a dispirited expression. "I knew from the start that you didn't do anything wrong. I was just deceiving myself." Seeing Blackie's gloomy expression, the girls fell silent. Even Ilya's anger had unknowingly disappeared and she powerlessly lowered her hands. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed. He raised his hand and patted Little Black's head. "No matter what, Little Black, since you know that Ilya didn't do anything wrong, then don't hurt her anymore. Don't attack her anymore, okay? But." Little Black slightly opened her mouth. She glanced at the silent Ilya and then at the sighing Wu Yan. In the end, she unwillingly nodded. "I understand." Everyone present, including Ilya, heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1507. In the end, this chaotic night came to an end in an inexplicable manner. In terms of results, the harvest can be considered plentiful. At the very least, Blackie promised that she won't attack Ilya in the future. Ilya doesn't have to live in fear anymore. This can be considered as reaching their goal of capturing Blackie. Moreover, everyone had more or less understood Blackie's existence. Using the power of the Archer rank card to materialize Ilya's other personality. This is Blackie's true identity. Of course, there are still a lot of questions about Blackie's existence. For example, the reason why Blackie was born as Ilya's other personality. The so-called reasons that Blackie mentioned. Also, the seal that originally sealed Blackie in Ilya's body. One question after another still exists in everyone's heart. These questions can't be answered for now. Blackie doesn't seem to want to talk about this matter, so everyone can't get an answer. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Whether it's Ilya who has a seal in her body or Blackie who has a deep understanding of magic, their original identities are definitely not ordinary. At the very least, Ilya is definitely not a child from an ordinary family. Regarding this point, Rin and Osaka and Luvia said before they left that they will go back and investigate. Ilya also has doubts about her own identity. With a heavy heart, she stepped on the road back home. Even Mikoto is a bit concerned. Come to think of it, Little Black's appearance should cause these people to have a hard time, right? No. It's not only Ilya and the others who will have a hard time. Wu Yan and Ko's days aren't going to be any easier. The reason? It's very simple. I'll sleep in the same room as Big Brother. In the living room where only the four of them are left, Blackie sat on the sofa in front of Wu Yan, Hinajuku, and Mikoto while puffing out her flat chest. She made such a declaration as if it's natural. The other three's expression froze. They were petrified on the spot. One room? The corner of Mikoto's eyes kept twitching. She forced a smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yes. Yes. Chuju also put on a fake smile, looking like she was cautiously persuading him. He spoke with a heavy heart. Little Black. You're a girl. Furthermore, she was only a 10-year-old girl. As a 10-year-old girl, how could she sleep in the same room as a loli, of the opposite sex? You were going to say lolicon, right? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Can you be any more tactful with your words? Sisters. There's nothing we can do about it. Faced with Hinajuku and Mikoto's kind advice, Blackie started to blush and fidget. I need magic power to survive. I don't even know when I need to replenish my magic power. What if I suddenly run out of magic power while sleeping and can't rush to Big Brother's side in time? What should I do? After saying that, Little Black still had a bitter look on his face, but there was a sly smile in his eyes. Could it be that the two sisters want to see me disappear? No. It's not like that. Chuju and Mikoto shook their heads. The smile on their faces was as fake as it could be. But you said you need to replenish your magic power, that means, that's right. Little Black pointed a finger at her lips, her cheeks flushed red. In the future, I'll have to have more intimate interactions with Big Brother. For a moment, Wu Yan, who was hiding to the side to avoid being burned by the flames of war, heard the sound of something breaking. Then, Chuju and Mikoto's expression froze. It's all for the sake of survival. Little Black looked as if she had won a battle, a lustful smile hung on her face. Or could it be that the two sisters who have a deep relationship with Big Brother are feeling threatened by a 10-year-old girl like me? Is there even a need to say it? You used such an intense method on your first kiss, and you look so open. Who would dare to overlook your danger just because you're young? Chuju and Mikoto roared in their hearts, but they couldn't find the words to refute. After all, Little Black was right. If they suddenly ran out of magic power in the middle of the night and their bodies disappeared, that would be a big problem. With the kind nature of the two girls, they wouldn't let Little Black face the danger of disappearing at any time because of their little thoughts. At that moment, Chuju and Mikoto hesitated. Their faces were full of grievances. The two girls who were completely caught up in the consequences of Blackie's disappearance completely forgot that Blackie could completely replenish all the mana it needed before falling asleep and then sleep comfortably. No matter how much magic power is needed to maintain Little Black's existence, with Wu Yan's supply, it shouldn't be hard to maintain Little Black's existence for an entire night, right? Besides, Wu Yan isn't the only one who can provide magic power to Little Black, others can as well. For example, Chuju and Mikoto, the two girls were led by the nose just like that. They hesitated for a long time before sighing helplessly. Forget it. Mikoto gave up on herself and called out. I don't care anymore. Yen. Chuju put on a beautiful smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. She stared at Wu Yan with a warning look. Don't you dare do anything bad at night. Don't forget, Little Black is still a child, I see. Wu Yan clutched his heart, as if he couldn't take it anymore. You two already know what I'll do to Little Black, right? Who knows? Chuju and Mikoto snorted in unison, turned around and walked back to their rooms. Era. Little Black, who was sitting on the sofa, kicked her legs in schadenfreude. These two sisters are so jealous. Who do you think did this to? Wu Yan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and asked what he was concerned about. Anyway, tell me, How long can you last if I provide you with magic power like I did just now? Who knows? Blackie shook his head gently and stopped kicking his legs. My magic capacity was taken from Ilya, and it's limited, so the amount of magic my body can hold is limited as well. I can't generate my own magic power like normal magicians, I can only absorb from others. Little Black looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. I didn't absorb the full amount of magic power in one go, but with the purity of Big Brother's magic power, it should be enough for me to live for a long time. If it's someone else's magic power, it would be much shorter. You can't generate your own magic power? Wu Yan nodded with a pensive look. Then, the magic power you need to fight is also absorbed from others, right? Little Black nodded. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, you should be able to last for a long time if you don't fight, right? It's not like that. The smile on Little Black's face disappeared, she lowered her head and her tone became depressed. My existence is maintained by consuming magic power. Just by living in this world, just by living, my magic power will be consumed little by little. If I don't get replenished one day, it will completely disappear. To be able to live like this, my existence itself is a miracle. The balcony's curtains seemed to respond, it fluttered up and down under the breeze. In the air, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded the entire hall. It made Wu Yan close his eyes, no longer able to speak. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of small arms wrapped around Wu Yan's neck. A playful voice sounded, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. In the past, with that level of magic power, even if I didn't fight, it would be depleted in a few days, but it's different now. Little Black's cheeks were flushed, the corners of her mouth curved up, looking at Wu Yan with eyes full of hope. Big Brother's magic power is incomparably pure, and it's almost endless. As long as Big Brother is here, I will definitely be able to live forever. So, Big Brother. Little Black's arms around Wu Yan's neck tightened, she pulled Wu Yan closer, her face slowly inching closer. Don't leave me. After saying that, in the vast hall, lips and tongues intertwined, the sound of breathing and sucking in breath caused by the lips pressed together, it lasted for a long time. Chapter 1508. Fuyuki City, Private Suichuan Gakuin Elementary School. Where do you plan to go today? Let's go to the game hall. Okay. But I still have to clean up after school. It's okay. We'll wait for you. Then there's no problem. During the end of the classroom was filled with this kind of ordinary conversation. It caused the faces of the primary school students in the classroom to be filled with joy. Looking at their restless appearance, they should be looking forward to the moment when school ends. Seeing this scene, Ilya sat on her seat and held her cheeks. Like an old person past her prime, she let out a long sigh. It's good to be young. Hearing Ilya's words, Sparrow Flower, who was chatting at the side, turned around and looked at Ilya. Then, she sneakily said to her companions, "Don't worry, Ilya. Why do I feel like Ilya has matured a lot in just one night? She's too mature." NATO couldn't help but ridicule. Mature can no longer describe her appearance. She's just like an uncle. Is she sick? Long Zi tilted her head. Do you want to take Ilya to see the goldfish? See, goldfish? Mei Mei was stunned. Shouldn't she go see a doctor? But, Ilya has been a bit strange recently. Xiao Hua crossed her arms. She pushed up her glasses. A while ago, she was also depressed. Now, she has become like this again. The Ilya in the past would not be like this, indeed. NATO nodded in agreement. The current Ilya is just like my older sister. Every month, she would have a sad face for a period of time. My older sister said that this is the proof of a girl growing up. Could it be that Ilya is also growing up? No. Impossible. Xiao Hua muttered to herself. Then, the corner of her mouth twitched. A while ago, Ilya seemed to be addicted to magical girl anime and was unable to extricate herself. I don't think that people who like magical girls will grow up. Long Zi suddenly spoke like this. How about we send Ilya some anime to watch? What did you say? Xiaohua, Nanai, and Mei Mei widened their eyes. He looked at Long Zi in disbelief. You actually have that kind of movie? There's still a lot. Long Zi gave him a thumbs up and grinned. His teeth shone brightly. Every time my brothers were unhappy, I would give them that. They will be in a better mood. Hearing this, the three girls almost fell to the ground. You're giving it to your brother? It's useless to buy it anyway. Long Zi curled his lips. The strange thing was that the owner of the movie store always looked at me with a strange expression after I bought the movie. Why was that? Which shop owner is he? Kei Hua couldn't help but yell. He actually sold that kind of film to elementary school students. You should really take him to the police station. And then? Naigui said with a righteous expression. Where's the store that's willing to sell movies to elementary school students? Long Zi showed an expression of disbelief. Do you want to buy it too? Of course not. X3 on the side, Ilya glanced at Finch Flower, Nana Tortoise, Mimi, and Dragon Sun who were in a mess and sighed again. It's good to be young, Ilya. Meiyu who was sitting behind Ilya hesitated for a moment and said comfortingly. Are you thinking about Xiaohei? Of course not. Ilya turned her head away in a fit of pique. I'm just thinking about my own matter, your own matter. Meiyu tilted her head in confusion. Not only is there some kind of seal in my body, there's also another personality. Right now, not only has this personality become another me, it has also been chasing after me. Ilya put her hand on the desk and rested her chin on it. A layer of ripples appeared in her beautiful gem-like eyes. If that black fellow didn't appear, I wouldn't even know that my body was hiding such a secret. It's really, really unbelievable. Ilya. Meiyu looked at Ilya's back and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and asked softly. You, don't tell me you have no clue about this at all? Ilya turned around. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. What clue? The matter of having a seal in your body. Meiyu pondered over her words. She seemed to be looking for a way to say it that would not provoke others. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. For example, is it possible for your parents to know about this matter? Actually, I thought about this problem last night. Ilya rubbed her head and smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, my parents are not at home. Even if I want to ask, I can't find anyone to ask. Then, what do you plan to do next? Mio looked straight at Ilya. How do you plan to face Xiaohei? To be honest, I don't understand what's going on with that fellow. Ilya stretched out a hand and clutched her chest tightly. Her eyes fluctuated and were filled with unprecedented bewilderment. But, my intuition tells me, if I know everything about that fellow, my view of the world will definitely be greatly changed, Ilya. Seeing Ilya's confusion and anxiety about her future, Meiyu couldn't help but clench her hand. An unbearable expression appeared on her face. It was not only because Ilya was Meiyu's best friend. It was also because Meiyu seemed to see her past self in the current Ilya. In fact, even now, she might still be like this. Just like this, the two of them had their own thoughts. They fell into silence and faced Wu Yan. At this moment, the four little girls who were fooling around by the side transmitted such a conversation. Hey, everyone. Mei Mei clapped her hands and gathered the attention of Xiao Hua, Naigui, and Longzi. I heard that there will be a transfer student coming today. Transfer student? Unsurprisingly, such a topic was more than enough to attract the interest of elementary school students. Or rather, it could be said that even Ilya and Mei Yu's attention were attracted. Their eyes secretly looked over here. There will be a transfer student coming at this time? Gorse Flower rubbed her chin. How strange, yeah. Naigui also spread her hands. Mei Yu just transferred here not long ago. I didn't expect that there would be a transfer student coming, that's not the only coincidence. Mei Mei explained with interest. I heard that the transfer student this time is the same as Mei Yu. They're all from abroad. The class they're transferring to is also our class. They're all from abroad? Or our class? Long Zi laughed out loud. Don't tell me that this transfer student is someone Mei Yu knows? According to the plot of the manga. Nai Gue said with a serious expression. That's definitely the case. Longzi also puffed out his chest. It will definitely become a triangle. It will definitely be very interesting. Xiao Hua giggled. Then, her smile froze and she scratched her head. Did something strange sneak in just now? By the way, Mei Mei. Longzi, who was the amalgamation of strange things, looked at Mei Mei curiously. What's that transfer student like? I didn't see anything. Mei Mei stretched out a finger and tapped on her cheek. I heard that he's a very cheerful person with very dark skin, silver hair, and golden eyes. The four girls who were chatting happily did not notice that every time Mei Mei described a characteristic, a drop of sweat would drip down Ilya's face. In the end, she was already sweating profusely. Ilya. Mei Yu was also unable to calm down. Don't tell me, ahaha. Ilya laughed dryly and wiped the sweat on her forehead. I have a bad feeling. As it turned out, Ilya's premonition was completely correct. Hello everyone. On the podium, Blackie was wearing a uniform and carrying a backpack. She had a lively and cheerful smile on her face. She tilted her head and greeted everyone energetically. I'm Chloe. Phone. Eins Bellen. Everyone can just call me Blackie. In the classroom, all the children looked at Blackie in a daze. Then, all of their gazes gathered on Ilya. Ilya. Mei Yu's pretty face stiffened. She looked at Ilya who was sitting in front of her. There, Ilya was already lying on the table, on the verge of death. Chapter 1509. What the hell is going on here? On the rooftop of the private Suichuan primary school, Ilya seemed to have endured for a long time. She shouted at Blackie who was licking his popsicle leisurely while leaning on the fence. Why are you here? Ilya. Mei Yu who was standing by the side quickly grabbed Ilya who seemed like she would pounce at any moment and tried to persuade her. Calm down first, calm down, that's right, that's right. Blackie waved his hand casually. Can't you learn from Mei Yu and calm down a little before you speak? How can I calm down? Ilya shouted furiously. The person who wanted to take my life until yesterday suddenly came to the same school as me, the same class as me, and became my classmate. How can I calm down? Well, that's true. Blackie opened one of his eyes and glanced at Ilya. But, is there a need for you to be so agitated? Didn't I promise Big Brother that I won't attack you again? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Big Brother, right? It's not that I don't believe Big Brother. Ilya clenched her teeth and lowered her shoulders dejectedly. It's just that after you came, everyone looked at me with strange gazes. How can I stand it? That's something that can't be helped. Mei Yu played the role of a peacemaker and tried to reason with her. She tried to reason with her. Ilya looks exactly the same as Blackie. Even her name is similar. It's natural for people to feel strange. However, they definitely don't have any malicious intent. Besides, didn't I already explain it to everyone? Blackie shrugged his shoulders. I'm only your cousin. That's why my name and appearance are similar. There shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not that there's no problem. Ilya had tears in her eyes. Since you're the same person as me, you should know that Sparrow Flower and the others' thoughts are different from normal people. They'll definitely think that you're the illegitimate child of one of my parents. That's true. Blackie blushed with shame. Then, he refuted unwillingly. I just want to live the life of an ordinary child. Am I wrong? It's not a question of whether it's wrong or not, but it's too strange, isn't it? Ilya had a look of disbelief on her face. In the end, how did you manage to transfer over this? Xiaohei smiled calmly. I mentioned it to Big Brother in the morning. Big Brother helped me with the paperwork. Brother Wu Yan handled the procedures. Mei Yu was taken aback. He asked with uncertainty. In other words, did Big Bro Wu Yan approve of your transfer? It can't be. Ilya widened her eyes in shock. Was it Big Brother who let you out? Hey, I'm not a pet. What do you mean by release? Xiaohei pouted unhappily. Big Brother is different from you. He's very gentle. As long as you mention it to him, he'll definitely agree to it. How could this be? Ilya's face was filled with dejection. Isn't Big Brother afraid that you'll go back on your words and continue to attack me? Since I promised Big Brother that I wouldn't attack you, I definitely won't attack you. Seeing Ilya's disapproval of her from the beginning, Xiaohei's mood instantly turned bad. Her tone also turned nasty. Do you think that everyone is like you, only knowing how to cause trouble for others? The person who's causing trouble has always been you. Ilya retorted with no trace of politeness. You're an unstable factor to begin with. Even if you don't attack me, who knows if you won't attack other students in order to replenish your mana? You don't have to worry about this. Xiaohei snorted coldly. Immediately, she revealed a delicate expression. She pointed her finger at her lips. Even her tone became erotic. It's precisely to prevent this kind of thing from happening. From last night until this morning, I've been very satisfied from Big Brother. Satisfied? Ilya and Mei Yu were puzzled at first. Then, they understood the meaning of satisfied. Their faces instantly flushed red. They looked at the delicate Xiaohei in disbelief. With trembling lips, they spoke with difficulty. You mean, humph. Xiaohei slyly chuckled. She seemed to be implying something. That's what I mean. Mei Yu immediately covered her mouth with one hand. With a red face, she muttered. From last night, until now, that's right. Xiaohei held her face as if she was reminiscing. In order to ensure my survival, Big Brother has never rejected me even once. When I think about the close contact with Big Brother, the feeling of our tongues intertwining, under Xiaohei's live broadcast-like commentary, Mei Yu's face became redder and redder. Ilya's face was so red that it almost exploded. Unable to bear it anymore, she shouted. Impure. Too impure. What impure? We're both willing. Please call it the embodiment of love, okay? Xiaohei raised the corner of her mouth. Malice appeared in her eyes as she looked at Ilya and Mei Yu. Could it be that the two of you are jealous? 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 Ilya was petrified. And no, it's not like that. Mei Yu was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She subconsciously took a step back and almost fell to the ground. She attracted Xiaohei's meaningful gaze. Xiaohei laughed without concealing anything. It seems that the person Mei Yu likes is Big Brother. But, it's no wonder. Even Mei Yu can only fall for Big Brother's gentle attack, woo. Mei Yu immediately lowered her head. Steam began to emerge from her head. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The wavering of her heart was completely exposed. Mei Yu. Seeing Mei Yu's incomparably wavering appearance, Ilya also began to waver. But soon, she closed her eyes and continued to shout at Xiaohei. I don't care. You just have to restrain yourself a bit. Don't forget that you're using my face. What if someone else sees it and misunderstands it? Misunderstand? Xiaohei blinked. Isn't that better? Huh? Ilya was unable to keep up with Xiaohei's rhythm. I don't dare to be so certain about Mei Yu's words. But, I know your feelings the best. Xiaohei had a meaningful expression on his face. His eyes narrowed. Even though you've been obsessed with your brother since you were a child, ever since you were saved by your big brother from the berserker's hands, You were comforted by your big brother when you fell into the fear of death. Later on, you were even enlightened by your big brother. Then, you started to woo-ah. Woo-oo. Before Xiao He could finish his words, Ilya shouted with the loudest voice she had ever shouted before. She angrily interrupted Xiao He's words. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiao He laughed happily. You can deceive others, but can you deceive yourself? If that's the case. Ilya was unwilling to be outdone and fought back. Then, aren't you the same? Maybe. Xiao He did not refute nor admit it. Instead, he smiled calmly. After all, I really can't leave Big Brother now, woo. Seeing Xiao He's half-hearted manner without refuting, not to mention Ilya, even Mayu revealed an unreconciled expression. Aya. Xiao He spread his hands helplessly. You've bewitched 3 primary school students. Big Brother is truly sinful, no matter what. Ilya suppressed all of her emotions. As if changing the topic, she said to Xiao He in a serious manner. This is the school. It's not a place for you to mess around. Don't do anything that will easily cause a commotion and ruin my school life. Otherwise? Xiao He raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, what can you do? Woo. Ilya puffed up her cheeks resentfully. In terms of strength, it was impossible for Ilya, who was only around the 7th stage, to be a match for Xiao He, who was able to use the archer's power and had reached the 8th stage. In terms of understanding, as Ilya's other personality, Xiao He understood Ilya even better than herself. However, Ilya did not know anything about Xiao He. Just like what Xiao He said, Ilya could not do anything to Xiao He. There's nothing I can do. Ilya had a sullen expression. I can only watch her closely. Chapter 15:10. On the other side, under Blackie's request, he helped her transfer to the Suichuan primary school so that she could go to school. Wu Yan, who had no idea that he had become the sinner mentioned by the 3 primary school students, had also returned home. Now, the dispute between Ilya and Little Black could be considered to have been temporarily resolved. Little Black shouldn't attack Ilya anymore. Moreover, with Mayu watching from the side, there was no need to worry about the 3 little girls for the time being. Rin and Osaka and Livia should be investigating Ilya and Blackie's identity. Moreover, they should be more or less paying attention to the information about the class cards. Nothing should happen over there anymore. As for Hinajuku and Mikoto, since they have nothing to do, they held hands and went out for a stroll. In other words, Wu Yan was the only one who was idle at home. He had nothing else to do. He could finally do the work that he didn't have time to do because of Ilya and Blackie's matter. Analyze the class cards, find the method to make the class cards and create the archer card himself to complete the second part of his demigod path mission. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Wu Yan took out all the class cards in his hand and spread them on the glass table in front of him. Wearing heavy armor, holding a knight's sword and performing a knight's salute, saber, a lancer who wears gorgeous clothes and holds a long spear in his hand. Riding on a chariot. The Japanese cavalry that looked like soldiers, wearing a long robe, holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other. Caster. An assassin wearing a skull mask and holding a pair of curved daggers in her hands. There was also a berserker who was holding a thick greatsword and looked like a crazy berserker. Other than the archer card, the rest of the class cards were spread on the glass table in front of Wu Yan. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary cards could not only draw out the power of the legendary heroic spirits, but they could also turn the holder into a heroic spirit. Basically, as long as he had enough magic power to support the use of the rank card and the method of using the rank card. Then, even if it was an ordinary person, he could rely on these few mediocre cards to instantly surpass the power of more than 90% of the magicians in the world who had painstakingly studied magic all their lives. From this perspective, even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire the creator of the class card. It was an item that could instantly grant an ordinary person the power of a heroic spirit. No matter who it was, they would more or less covet it, right? It was no wonder that the Magic Association wanted to take it back. I'm afraid that it wasn't just because the heroic spirits were absorbing the magic of the veins in Fuyuki City, thus disrupting the operation of the veins. It was not only because he was afraid that the rank card would fall into the hands of criminals. Originally, the Magic Association was an organization established by a group of magicians who studied magic. In order to better manage and develop magic, the Magic Association had more than once taken extreme measures to eliminate anything that would threaten them. They were not good people. Under such circumstances, it was forbidden to expose magic to human society in order to better protect the concealment of magic. They also managed and controlled some magic mediums, holy relics, magic books, and ley lines. However, all of this was built on the premise that they were dedicated to magic research. It could be said that this was an organization that prioritized the interests and magic research as the premise of everything. The rank card could draw out the power of the heroic spirits, and it was made with extremely advanced magic theory. The Magic Association should be more interested in it because it was more selfish. Preventing the disaster caused by it was just a matter of convenience. The Magic Association was in order to study the rank card made with extremely advanced magic theory, and they were also eyeing the power of the rank card. Wu Yan wanted to complete the second part of his Demigod's Path mission. He didn't care about the power of the rank card itself. At most, he was interested in the treasure of the heroic spirits. In fact, Rin and Osaka and Livia were also trying to get the second mage to accept them as his disciples through the mission of retrieving their rank cards. Although he didn't know who the creator of the class card was, the class card he created did attract a lot of attention and covetousness within the magic community. If he could really create such a card at will, then his ability must be quite impressive. That also meant that it wouldn't be easy to imitate the creator of the class card, to completely analyze the class card and find out how to make it. Even the Magic Association still hasn't been able to analyze the composition of the rank card. They only know how to use the card limited expansion. You can imagine how difficult it is to analyze the rank card. Wu Yan wanted to take on this difficult task. Unlike the Magic Association, Wu Yan had the knowledge of magic from the 103,000 magic books and the tools in the system to help him. Analyzing the rank card should be easier than the Magic Association. Let's see what kind of materials are used to make the cards. After that, Wu Yan opened the system list. His eyes quickly moved across the list and stopped after a while. At the same time, ripples appeared in the air in front of Wu Yan. Like a stone thrown into the water, ripples spread out in all directions. Shortly after, a thick and heavy book slowly emerged from the center of the ripples and fell on the table next to the rank card. Of course, it wasn't a real book. Wu Yan picked up the book on the table and opened it. The book was at least 10 centimeters thick. There were no pages inside, only a groove. It was completely empty. Wu Yan placed the book with the groove on the table and picked up the saber, swordsman, card and put it in the groove. In an instant, the book was like a rainbow illuminated by sunlight. The surface of the book was flowing with colorful light like the surface of a lake. Within the groove, the dazzling multicolored lights gradually condensed together like rays of light, projecting onto the saber, sword soldier, job grade card. They moved without any pattern, as though they were infrared rays, constantly scanning the interior of the groove. Along with the colorful light scanning, the surface of the saber, swordsman, card also flowed with colorful light. At this time, Wu Yan didn't pay attention to the saber, swordsman, card in the groove. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the other side of the book. This book has the ability to analyze matter. As long as an item is put in the groove, this tool will automatically scan and analyze the item in the groove. It will obtain the elements of the item and the nature of the item. Then, all the information obtained will be presented on the other side of the book. Although the more powerful the ability and the more complex the elements of the item, the more time it will take to analyze it. However, with the help of this tool, he believed that he should be able to smoothly obtain the information about the materials used to make the card. After obtaining the composition of the card, Wu Yan could focus on the theory and design of magic and conduct research. If he could obtain information about the theory and design of the card, in addition to the analysis of the composition of the card, then creating a card would not be an impossible task. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the saber, swordsman, card in the notch continued to circulate with a rainbow-like glow. Being scanned by the colorful rays, the other side of the book also started to show signs of activity. One by one, words appeared on the other side of the book without any warning. It was as if these words were there from the beginning and now they were just showing their original form. It was extremely magical. These words were the result of the tool's analysis of the saber, swordsman, card. That was only the beginning. The composition of the class card still wasn't that easy to analyze. The first information that appeared was only some of the properties of the materials used to make the class cards. It would take a long time to figure out what those materials were. However, looking at the analyzed properties of the materials used to make the card, Wu Yan was startled. He frowned in surprise. Chapter 1511. In just a short amount of time, the properties of the materials that made up the class card were analyzed. It was amazing how magical the items in the system were. Of course, it was only the properties of the materials that made up the class card. It wasn't that easy to find out what the class card was made of. But when he saw the properties of the materials that made up the class card, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. From the other side of the book, the properties of the materials that made up the class card weren't that complicated. Instead, it was very simple. Basically, there was only one thing. The materials that made up the class card all had the properties of carrying magic. In other words, the materials used to create the class cards were basically the same as the gems used by Rin Enben and Livia when they used the gem magic. They could all be injected with a certain type of spell, and by triggering the spell inside, they could create a magic spell. Other than being able to carry magic, the properties of the other materials that made up the class card were mostly able to circulate magic. It was that simple. It didn't have the properties that only existed in legends, nor did it have the effects of those rare materials that had long gone extinct and could no longer be found. If the materials that made up the class card were really only able to carry magic or circulate magic, then they would be the most common materials used in magic. That's because the materials used to make magic attire, all kinds of magic items, and items that were used to perform large-scale magic rituals. And so on and so forth. Basically, all of these materials were able to carry magic and circulate magic. The class card that could trigger the legendary power of the heroic spirits was actually made of such common materials. Could it be? Wu Yan had such a thought in his mind. The basis of the class card is actually to use magic to summon the heroic spirit's power and infuse it into the card for people to use? It wasn't impossible. In the 103,000 Book of Witchcraft, there were some magic tricks. They could be used to summon angels from the magic catalog world and allow angels to descend to this world. There were also some angelic spells that could borrow the angel's power. In that case, in this world, there was a magic trick that could borrow the heroic spirit's power. It could even be summoned. There was nothing strange about that, right? However, fundamentally speaking, the heroic spirits had been summoned. It was impossible for them to serve him. After all, they were all famous heroes in myths, legends, and history. They were existences that surpassed the realm of humans by obtaining the faith of humans. Their existence could be said to be miracles, just like Little Black. Even if such a famous hero could be summoned by a certain magic, how could he obediently listen to the orders of the summoner and be dominated and used by an existence weaker than himself? It's also because of this that the class cards were born, right? Through this, one can borrow the power of the heroic spirit or summon the heroic spirit. Then, through some means, one can abandon the original personality and consciousness of the heroic spirit and forcefully summon its power. This, perhaps, was the true face of a class card. In other words, the materials that made up the class card itself were just magic materials that could be found everywhere, and were not the key to forming the class card. The real key was the magic that could borrow or summon the power of the heroic spirits. If he could get the method to use this magic and inject it into a card that could bear the magic, then the class card would most likely be successfully created. It's not that easy. After pondering for a while, Wu Yan laughed bitterly. First of all, he didn't know if this magic could forcefully summon the power of the heroic spirit. Perhaps it wouldn't directly summon the power of the heroic spirit, but it would summon a clone of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroes. That might not be the case. If it was a clone of the heroic spirit that was summoned, then to create a class card, one would have to think of a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and even body of the heroic spirit, leaving only the power of the heroic spirit to be used in the creation of the class card. If it was the former, creating a class card would be much easier. But if it was the latter, in addition to the magic, he would have to find a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and body of the heroic spirit and leave only the power behind to create a class card. Moreover, the idea that the class card could summon the power of the heroic spirit with some kind of magic was just a guess because the materials that made up the class card mostly had the properties of carrying magic and circulating magic. Whether that was true or not, he would have to work on the analysis further. Well. Wu Yan patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. The analysis work has just started and I already have a preliminary theory on the design and theory of the class card. In terms of progress, it's a huge gain. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan picked up another class card. While waiting for the analysis result of the saber, sword soldier, class card, he started to study the theory of magic. On the other hand, Rin and Osaka and Livia were in trouble. Hey! In the courtyard of Livia's house, Rin and Osaka held his phone to his ear and exclaimed when he heard the voice from the other side. They're going to send someone else to retrieve the card? No. No way. Livia's heart was in her mouth. She couldn't help but put her ear to the phone and said anxiously. But aren't we supposed to be the ones to retrieve the card? As soon as she said that, an old voice came from the other side of the phone. But you still haven't retrieved all the cards yet, right? That's true. Rin and Osaka stuttered and laughed. But master, you don't have to send someone else, right? Do you think the card retrieval test is only for you to become a disciple? The person Rin and Osaka called Great Master, who was also the legendary second magic envoy, Kixu? Zerich? Shubian Ogu's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Don't forget, the rank card will cause chaos in the earth veins of Fuyuki City. If something goes wrong, it may cause the earth veins to dry up and even affect the area above the earth veins, which is Fuyuki City. Are you okay with that? Before the class card was retrieved, the heroic spirits in the mirror realm would absorb mana from the veins to maintain their existence. Like Blackie, they were existences that relied on class cards as attachments. If they lost the support of magic, they could only vanish from this world and return to their main bodies on the seat of heroes. The difference was that in a fictional world like the mirror realm, which was also the imaginary domain, the heroic spirits could directly absorb the magic power in the veins. They did not have to worry about not being able to replenish their magic power, unlike Little Black, who needed to absorb from others. The unrestrained absorption of mana from the ley lines, the existence of the class card had also caused the ley lines to become chaotic. If something goes wrong and the veins are too chaotic, Fuyuki City will suffer. But that shouldn't be a problem for them to worry about. Out of the 7 cards, although one of them became Xiao Hei's possession and the other 6 are in Wu Yan's possession, he has already retrieved all of them. The chaos in the veins of the veins should have been solved. Master, maybe it's not appropriate for me to say this. Rin and Osaka said tentatively after pondering over the words in his heart. There are some developments in my work here. Although it hasn't been resolved yet, the chaos in the earth veins may not happen again. So, there's no need to be so anxious, right? The earth veins won't become chaotic. However, the next sentence from the other side of the phone made Rin Hosoka and Ruvia tremble. Their pupils instantly shrank. We have been investigating the situation of Fuyuki City's underground veins until an hour ago. The result is that the underground veins are still in a state of chaos, and the situation is getting worse and worse. Maybe the underground veins chaos will not happen again. The ley lines are still in chaos. Both Rin Enbin and Livia couldn't help but exclaim. The reason for the chaos in the ley lines was the 7 grade cards. Hadn't all of them been retrieved? Why hadn't the earth veins returned to normal? Chapter 15:12. Impossible. Almost subconsciously, Luvia replied. The rank cards are all ready. Luvia. Rin Enben hurriedly covered Luvia's mouth and stopped her from saying anything. What? No. It's nothing. Rin and Osaka glared at Luvia and asked suspiciously. Is the ley line still not back to normal? Zelrich's voice turned unfriendly. Are you saying that I would lie to you? No. It's not like that. Rin and Osaka's mouth opened and closed. Of course, Zelrich didn't know that the 7 class cards had all been retrieved, and the passage to the mirror world in the imaginary domain should have been closed. It would no longer absorb mana from the ley lines and cause chaos in the ley lines. If he knew about this, he would understand why Rin and Osaka and Luvia were shocked. Unfortunately, Rin and Naka didn't plan on letting all the cards fall into the hands of another group of people. The remaining card even became an existence that possessed a personality. He reported all of this to Zelrich. Iliya and Mio were dragged into this mess by Rin and Osaka and Luvia. Blackie was a persona separated from Iliya's body. Therefore, Rin and Osaka and Luvia couldn't report this to their superiors. As for Wu Yen, it was Rin and Osaka's own selfish decision. Under these circumstances, Rin and Osaka couldn't explain the current situation to Zelrich and tell him the real reason why the earth veins wouldn't be chaotic. Forget it. Zelrich didn't want to pursue the matter and continued with the topic. Considering that you haven't completed the mission and the ley line is still in chaos, it's hard to determine if there will be any changes. You also reported that retrieving the rank cards is more difficult than expected. Therefore, I would like to send you some reinforcements. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka felt a little helpless. If he really sent reinforcements, then, if he lost the wand and dragged the ordinary people down with him, the existence of Xiao He and the class cards would be exposed to the public. No matter what. Rin and Osaka didn't want to see this happen. He gritted his teeth. Immediately, Rin and Osaka gave such an answer. Great Master, can you leave this matter to me for the time being? Leave it to you? Zelrich didn't expect such an answer from Rin Far Osaka. He paused for a moment. What is the meaning of this? What is the specific situation? It's hard to explain it to you here. Rin and Osaka rubbed his forehead and replied. However, something did happen on my side. The ley lines shouldn't be in chaos anymore, but now it's still in chaos. I have some doubts myself. Anyway, only the Yuosaka clan, who is responsible for the jurisdiction of Fuyuki City's ley lines, can conduct a comprehensive inspection. The association can only conduct a subtle detection. It's better to leave this matter to me first and let me confirm the reason. Hearing this, Zelrich fell silent. As Zelrich fell silent, Rin Enben and Luvia's heartbeats involuntarily quickened as well. They felt as if time itself was unbearable. After a long time, Zelrich finally spoke in a deep voice. Forget it, do whatever you want. Rin and Osaka heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly apologized. Sorry for the trouble, Great Master, you've caused a lot of trouble, and since you don't want me to deal with it, then I won't. Zelrich warned. However, as you know, the people in the Magic Association aren't on the same side. They're all devoted to magic research and there are many who are crazy about it. There are also many who covet power, and both of them can be satisfied with a rank card. I understand, Great Master. Rin Enben and Luvia exchanged a glance. I will be careful, solve the ley lines problem as soon as possible. After saying that, Zelrich didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone, causing a busy tone to come out from Rindosaka's phone. What's going on? Luvia couldn't wait to voice out all the questions in her heart. Why is the ley line still in chaos? Who knows, who knows? Rin and Osaka put away his phone with an uncertain expression. The 7 class cards have already been retrieved from the mirror world, and the passage to the imaginary region has also been closed. Logically speaking, the ley lines should have returned to normal by now. Could it be because of Blackie? Livia furrowed her brows. She said it herself, her existence is similar to the heroic spirits. Could it be because of her that the ley lines are in chaos? No. No. Rin and Osaka pondered for a moment before shaking his head in denial. The heroic spirits rely on the passage to the null realm to absorb mana from the ley lines. Blackie exists in this world, so there's no way she can connect to the ley lines and absorb mana from the ley lines. Maybe she's absorbing mana from the ley lines? Livia reminded him. Maybe Blackie knows the center of the ley lines in Fuyuki City, which is the location of the underground cavern. If she's there, then she can absorb mana from the ley lines. But she doesn't have to do that. For some reason, Rin and Osaka's tone sounded annoyed. Since that guy is providing her mana, Blackie doesn't have to worry about the lack of mana. Why would she do that? Then what's going on? Livia gnashed her teeth in anger. Is it because of that guy? Hey, why do you keep thinking about other people? Rin and Osaka held his head in his hands. Haven't you thought about the possibility that it's because of us? We? Livia was startled. Are you kidding me? We haven't even touched the ley lines, how could? Halfway through her words, Livia's pretty face stiffened. Do you remember now? Rin and Osaka sighed. That's right. In the last card battle, in order to seal Mikoto's power and Hinajiku's weapon, we used the ley lines to construct a large-scale magic array. Maybe it caused the ley lines to become chaotic at that time. Who knows? It can't be. Livia's face was covered in cold sweat. We only used our mana, how could it cause the ley lines to be in chaos? But we can't be sure that it's not because of us, right? Rin Enben pursed his lips. If that's the case, the master's backup will be exposed. What should we do? Livia took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Do you have a solution? The Enben clan has a way to adjust the ley lines. Rin Enben glanced at Livia. If it's because of the magic formation we created last time, I can adjust it with some time. I'm just worried that there might be other reasons. Other reasons? Livia said doubtfully. What reasons? For example, the flow of mana is obstructed. The ley lines are too narrow. There might be something blocking the flow of mana. Rin Enben lowered his head and pondered. If that's the case, we'll have to find another solution. Seriously, why am I so unlucky? Livia grumbled as she turned around and looked at her mansion that was gradually taking shape. I thought I could relax a little after my mansion was completed. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm the one investigating the ley lines, not you. I haven't even complained yet, so why are you complaining? Rin Enben couldn't help but look at Livia. Also, don't forget, we need to investigate Ilya's identity. Then, I'll be in charge of investigating Ilya Jasful's case. Livia tapped her hand. You'll investigate the ley lines, how about it? I guess that's the only way. Rin and Osaka lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Even her ponytails were hanging down. She looked lifeless. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong after coming to Fuyuki City? Who did I offend? Era. Livia laughed provocatively. Why is it that everything is not going according to plan? Didn't you find your ideal husband? Ideal husband? Rin Enben's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? How is that not possible? You've already done this kind of thing, that kind of thing. Don't make it sound like that. There's nothing going on. Is that so? Shut up. Nouveau riche. Ahahaha. Chapter 1513. I'm back. The door to the hall was pushed open along with a cheerful voice. Xiao He, who was carrying a backpack, had a satisfied smile on his face as he skipped into the hall. Big brother. My two sisters. I'm back. You're back. Hinajuku, who was chatting with Mikoto, turned around and smiled when she saw Blackie walking in. How do you feel on your first day of school? Not bad. Although Xiao Hei said so, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He threw his bag on the cabinet outside the kitchen, sat down, and kicked his legs. Even though I can feel how Ilya felt when she went to school before I was separated from her, it's still more interesting to do it myself, is that so? Hinajuku tilted her head and nodded in agreement. It's been a long time since I went to school. Seeing you like this, I can't help but recall the time when I was in White Emperor College. White Emperor College? Sasuke blinked her eyes in confusion. Is there such a college? It's in a place far, far away. Hinajuku smiled as if she was reminiscing. It's normal that Sasuke doesn't know about it, seeing you two like this. I also remember the time when I was in Tokuwadai Middle School. Mikoto, who was sitting not far from Sasuke, chuckled. By the way, why do you two sound like mother and daughter? Mother and daughter? Hinajuku and Inoki looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were as strange as it could get. Although Little Black and Ilya were both only 10 years old, Hinajuku was only 16 or 17 years old. For a girl of this age to have a child, it couldn't be said that they didn't exist, but even if they did, their daughter definitely wouldn't be 10 years old. Of course, Asuna was only 17 years old and Yui looked like she was 10 years old. The two of them were mother and daughter. This was an exception. After being reminded by Mikoto, Chuju and Sasuke felt like their conversation was too much like mother and daughter. They turned their faces away awkwardly. Right. Blackie looked at Mikoto. Where is Big Brother? Mikoto didn't say anything. Instead, she pursed her lips in another direction. He signaled Little Hei to look over. Blackie looked over in confusion. Then, he saw Wu Yen sitting on the sofa. However, Wu Yen, on the other hand, is doing something weird. There was a thick book on the glass table in front of him, but there were no pages inside, only a groove. There was a dazzling rainbow-like light flowing on it. Beside the book were a few cards. There was also a card in the book's groove. Then, there was another card floating above Wu Yan's palm. Taking a closer look, Xiao Hei could see clearly that on Wu Yan's palm, there was a small and precise geometric pattern that was spinning. It was emitting a strange fluctuation that was surging into the card that was suspended above. Following the influx of the strange fluctuations, the suspended card also began to rotate. The pattern on the surface seemed to move, like a painting that was quickly flipping, giving people a feeling that it had a life of its own. As for Wu Yen, his eyes were closed. His face was expressionless as if he was asleep. His expression revealed a sense of serenity. That's a class card? Looking at this scene, Little Hei reflexively put her hand on her chest. In here, there was the last class card. And that was also Wu Yan's goal. Thinking of this, the smile on Blackie's face disappeared, and the look in his eyes became uncertain. Big brother. What is he doing? Not sure if Mikoto noticed the change in Little Hei's expression, she stared at Wu Yen, who had his eyes closed, and replied. He's analyzing the class card. Analyzing the class card? Hinajuku nodded vigorously, glancing at Blackie as she replied. Yen wants to obtain all the class cards. Little Hei's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is she hinting at me? Is she hinting that Big Brother wants to retrieve the archer in my body? Little Hei's worries were unfounded. But now, there's no way to obtain the archer card. Chuju smiled as if she saw through Little Hei's thoughts. That's why he wants to fully analyze the class card and obtain the method to create the second archer card. These words seemed to have dispelled the haze in Xiao Hei's heart, causing Xiao Hei's amber eyes to brighten. His usual calm smile hung on his face once again. Big Brother is really amazing. Even the Magic Association couldn't decipher the class card, and Big Brother wants to find the method to create it. This isn't just difficult is one thing. As long as we succeed, time isn't a problem for us. Mikoto shook her head and raised her eyebrows. I'm just worried that we won't get anything out of it no matter how much time we spend. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Well, I did get quite a lot today. With that, the geometric pattern on Wu Yan's palm shattered into pieces. The class card floating above his palm fell to the ground and was placed on the table by Wu Yan. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto both stood up. Big brother. Xiaohei also got up and ran over to sit on the sofa. He hugged Wu Yan's arm and grinned from ear to ear. Did Big Brother really decipher the class card? No, it's still too early to talk about it. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Currently, I only have a rough idea of the Lunger. Speaking of which, Little Hei. Chuju walked over and looked at Little Hei. You look like you know everything, and you even relied on the Archer rank card to obtain a body. Don't you know anything else? To be honest, I don't know much about the existence of the class card. Little Hei shrugged. Even though it's in my body, I don't know anything about it. Whether it's the design theory or the composition of the class card, I don't know anything about it. You don't know anything? Mikoto put one hand on her waist and the other hand scratched her cheek. You don't know anything and you can use dream summon, that's really, well. Xiaohei said with a sigh. I can use the Archer's power, but you guys better not think of me as someone who can use dream summon. Don't think of you as someone who can use dream summon. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at Little Hei. What do you mean? In other words, you can't say that I know how to use dream summoning. You can only say that I can use dream summoning. Xiaohei hesitated for a moment before turning his head away. As for me, I actually have a very special ability. Special ability? You can say it's a cheating ability. Little Hei explained with a smile. For example, let's take dream summoning as an example. I didn't know how to use it at the beginning, but when an enemy that I can't deal with appears in front of me and I think that I need strength, the method of dream summoning with a class card automatically pops up in my head. I don't know anything about rank cards, but I can still get the method to use the rank card dream summoning. This is my special ability. Blackie spread out his hands. By omitting all the necessary processes and only taking the results that I want, I'll get the answer to the problem. That's how I learned the method of dream summoning. Omitting the process? Getting the result? Getting the answer? Hinajuku and Mikoto were both shocked beyond words. This. Wu Yan looked like he had something to say but he couldn't. Isn't that what you want? It can only be to a certain extent. Little Hei smiled mischievously. Just like the first time I met you, Big Brother. At that time, I also thought, I need to be faster. Then, the method to use space transfer appeared in my mind. So, even though I know dream summoning, I don't know much about class cards compared to you guys, that's true. Wu Yan sighed. Looks like Little Hei didn't get anything, oh? Little Hei raised an eyebrow. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 15-14. That's not necessarily true. Just as the three of them were about to give up on Xiaohei's information, Xiaohei said something else. I don't know how the rank cards are made, but I do have an idea as to why they are made. What's the purpose of a class card? Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto perked up. That's right. Xiaohei's eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a solemn and heavy atmosphere. He glanced at the three people present and said word by word. Have you heard of the Holy Grail War? Holy Grail War? Chuju and Mikoto were at a loss when they heard this unfamiliar term. Only Wu Yan's pupils shrunk. The Holy Grail War. As the name suggests, it's a war that revolves around the Holy Grail. To be more precise, it's a ritual. A very large ritual. The ritual's basic purpose is to summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. In other words, the Holy Grail War is actually a ritual to summon the Holy Grail War. There's a huge vein under Fuyuki City that's connected to an endless source of magic. The foundation of the Holy Grail War is to construct a spell to summon the Holy Grail and use the vein to accumulate a certain amount of magic every 60 years. To summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. Of course, the summoning of the Holy Grail doesn't only require magic and a summoning spell, it also requires a key to summon the Holy Grail. This key is the ritual to summon the Holy Grail War's Holy Grail War. Through the power of the Holy Grail, he would connect to the heroic spirit thrones where the heroic spirits were and summon 7 heroic spirits. Then, he would bestow each heroic spirit with a job rank and have them kill each other in a small-scale war. When the remaining 6 heroic spirits are killed and there's only 1 heroic spirit left, the Holy Grail will be formed. Then it will be summoned. This is the Holy Grail War. The ranks of the 7 heroic spirits were as follows: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Day Rider, Caster, Magician, Assassin, Berserker. It was exactly the same as what was shown on the 7 job rank cards. The rank card could draw out the power of a heroic spirit corresponding to one of the 7 ranks, who would believe that class cards had nothing to do with the Holy Grail War or even that a Holy Grail. But, the Holy Grail War should be a war ritual that only exists in the original world of magical girl Ilia, the world of fate. Could it be? This world also had the Holy Grail War? Actually, if you think about it carefully, you'll understand. Blackie's voice was slightly suppressed. Summoning a heroic spirit requires a very complicated magic ritual. Not only does it require the summoner to have a certain degree of spiritual and physical compatibility with the heroic spirit, but it also requires the summoner to have a deep affinity with the heroic spirit to act as a catalyst during the summoning. It's just wishful thinking to summon a heroic spirit with one's own power. Only with the help of the Holy Grail can it be possible, even if it's just a little bit of the heroic spirit's power. Since class cards can draw out the power of the heroic spirit, it's definitely impossible to create it with one's own power. Blackie raised its head and stared at the class cards on the table. But, if there's the power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst, then it's a different story. The power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst? Wu Yan looked at Blackie as if he realized something. You mean, that's it? Blackie picked up a class card on the table and raised it above its head. The Holy Grail War that was supposed to have 7 heroic spirits fighting each other has changed. The summoner no longer summons the original heroic spirit but the summoned heroic spirit's power to create a card. With the card as a medium and dream summoning as a method, the magician who participated in the Holy Grail War will personally fight each other. Blackie placed the class card back on the table and looked at Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. That's what I'm thinking. The whole place was silent, although I don't understand what the Holy Grail War is. Mikoto crossed her arms and lowered her head. But, I think I understand what Blackie is trying to say, in other words. Chuju said with uncertainty. To create a class card, we have to rely on the help of the Holy Grail, right? To be exact, we have to rely on the Holy Grail summoning ritual in Fuyuki City that is activated once every 60 years. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. That's what Blackie means, right? Once every 60 years? Chuju exclaimed. Mikoto's eyes widened. How long do we have to wait? That's just my guess, it might not be correct. Blackie shook its head. Ever since the Holy Grail War was brought up, even the smile on its face became forced. Maybe, in this world, there's someone who can extract the power of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroic spirits and use it to create a card. Who knows, Blackie? Chuju looked at the forced smile on Blackie's face. She hesitated for a moment before asking. Does the Holy Grail War have anything to do with you? The smile on Xiao Hei's face completely disappeared as soon as he heard this. Does it have anything to do with me? With a self-deprecating expression, Blackie clenched its fist. How can it have nothing to do with me? I was born to become the Holy Grail. Wah. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The self-deprecating expression on Blackie's face became more and more intense. It has already become a magic tool before it was born. A few months after it was born, it was forcefully instilled with all the knowledge and language through magic so that it could become the Holy Grail in the Holy Grail War and become a wishing instrument. How can this be? Chuju couldn't believe it. Using me as a tool, a sacrificial lamb? Mikoto's expression turned cold. Looks like the Holy Grail War isn't a good thing after all. Magic is such a dark and bloody world. Becoming a tool is my fate that was decided before I was born. Xiao He clenched his teeth and a resentful expression appeared on his face. Yet, I wasn't even useful as a tool. Wu Yan, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and revealed Blackie's biggest secret. You're sealed, aren't you? Sealed? Sealed? Hinajaku and Mikoto were both stunned. Yes. Blackie nodded expressionlessly as if she wasn't talking about herself. My birth mother sealed everything. She sealed my abilities, my knowledge, my memories. She erased everything. So, an ordinary child, Ilya was born. Wu Yan finally understood everything. So that's how it is. Ilya's sealed memories and knowledge settled in her body and gradually grew stronger. In the end, she turned into another personality with consciousness. Then, that personality even obtained a body. Xiao He seemed to have lost all her strength as she collapsed on the back of the sofa. She buried her eyes under her bangs so that no one could see her expression clearly. In the end, she became the current me, Blackie. Chuju and Mikoto were silent. She was born as a tool, but she wasn't even able to perform as a tool before she was sealed. When she obtained a body again and became a real existence, she became a fake. Her existence was a miracle. Without mana, she would disappear. Even the foundation of her existence, the class card in her body, could be targeted by others and taken away. Her family, friends, they all became the things that Ilya was born later on. These things that should have belonged to Blackie were all gone. In the end, everything about Xiao He had been denied. No wonder Blackie had the ability to fulfill her wishes to a certain extent. That was because she was born as a wish-granting tool. It's all right. Amidst the deathly silence in the hall, such a voice abruptly rang out. Blackie was stunned. Just as she was about to look at the source of the voice, a hand covered her head and gently stroked it. Since you were born, there must be a reason why you were born. I believe that, we believe that as well. Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Blackie's eyes rippled with light. In the end, it turned into hope. Chapter 15:15. Fuyuki City, Yuanzhong Mountain. This is a famous mountain in Fuyuki City. There's a temple on the mountain called Ludong Temple. It's not that famous in Fuyuki City, but it's still well known. Although not many people come here to visit, it's enough to be a tourist attraction in Fuyuki City. Early in the morning, there's a beautiful morning glow in the east of Yuanzhong Mountain. The air is filled with a thin veil of mist and fresh air, accompanied by strands of golden light, dispelling the chill of the night. Looking up from the foot of Yuanzhong Mountain, the gate of Ludong Temple is located at the top, like a dragon gate, reflecting the morning sun. A long stone staircase connected the foot of the mountain to the entrance of the Ludong Temple. On both sides of the staircase were rows of trees and flowers. At this time, some of the buds were still sparkling with bright dewdrops, appearing to be full of vitality. Usually, at this time, even if it's the peak time to welcome guests, generally no one will come here to visit. But today, early in the morning, a person appeared at the bottom of the staircase at the foot of Yuanzhong Mountain, and he appeared out of thin air. Yuanzhong Mountain. Ludong Temple. Looking up, Wu Yan took out a map and looked at the long stone staircase. It should be here, right? For the people of Fuyuki City, Yuanzhong Mountain's Ludong Temple is not a strange place. But for an outsider like Wu Yan, although this place is not difficult to find, it's definitely not familiar. What's more, he's never been here before. It's inevitable that he needs the help of a map. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to ask Blackie to bring him here, but after thinking about it, he had to give up the idea. After all, this place. For Blackie. It's definitely not a place that can make people happy. Because as the foundation of the Holy Grail War, the magic necessary for the Holy Grail War ritual is absorbed and stored here. It takes about 60 years to store enough magic. A Holy Grail War ritual is held. The ritual that supports the descent of the Holy Grail is directly below Yuanzhang Mountain's Ludong Temple. It was because of the existence of this ritual that the Holy Grail could descend. Only then could the Holy Grail War be carried out. Only then could the magicians who participated in the Holy Grail War rely on their own strength to summon heroic spirits with the help of ritual magic arrays. Therefore, Wu Yan's purpose in coming here was very obvious. He wanted to see if he could find some information about the creation of class cards from the ritual magic circle that supported the Holy Grail War. Xiao He was right. Summoning heroic spirits was a major task that no one could accomplish. It couldn't be said that there was absolutely no one who could connect to the seat of heroic spirits with their own strength and seize the power of the heroic spirits. However, compared to this, it was more likely that someone had used the help of the Holy Grail, or in other words, the ritual magic array to extract the power of the heroic spirits and used it to create cards. If that was the case, the possibility of obtaining the method to create class cards would be a little higher from this ritual tactic magic array. In any case, there was nothing wrong with coming here to check out the ritual magic formation. Folding the map in his hand, Wu Yan was just about to lift his foot and walk up when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Why are you here?" A voice full of shock, surprise, panic, and other emotions echoed on the quiet mountain path without any warning and entered Wu Yan's ears. Then, a series of messy footsteps sounded from near to far away, as if they were gradually going away in a panic. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. The first thing that entered his sight was a pair of black ponytails. They were swaying up and down at a fast and urgent frequency, gradually moving away into the distance. Seeing this, Wu Yan didn't even need to think to know who the owner of the two ponytails is. Thus, he calmly uttered this sentence. He calmly said, "If you really ran away, next time it won't be a forced kiss, but a stripping of your clothes." This light sentence turned into a clear echo on the quiet mountain path and spread out. In the next second, the pair of ponytails that were swaying up and down at a fast and rapid frequency, gradually moving further and further away, suddenly stopped. Wu Yan wasn't in a hurry. He turned around and continued to look at the stairs leading to Ludong Temple. This time, however, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stood in place and waited quietly with a calm expression, even a trace of a smile on his face. Not long after, a series of hesitant footsteps slowly approached, followed by an indignant voice. "Using this kind of method to force people to stay, how lame." Wu Yan curled the corner of his mouth and turned around to look behind him. In the next moment, the person's full appearance was revealed to him. She wore a red checkered shirt, a white knitted sweater, and a black pleated skirt. Tall stockings covered her smooth and seductive thighs, and a pair of heelless boots. Her outfit was neither luxurious nor ordinary, it was just the right outfit. But now, its owner was glaring at Wu Yan with a pair of beautiful green eyes, angry and embarrassed. Her face was a little pink, looking very cute. It was Rin and Osaka. "That's not right." Wu Yan looked at Rin, who was glaring at him angrily, and shrugged teasingly. "No matter how you look at it, it's the guy who saw her first but didn't even greet her and ran away without thinking. That's rude, right? That's because you're shameless." The anger in Yusaka's green eyes became even more intense, and the pink on his cheeks also became more intense, with a feeling of shame and anger. "Who told you to, what did I do to you?" Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka's blushing face and stuttering. "Why don't you tell me, yes, to me?" Rin and Osaka bit his lips and stared at Wu Yan. He looked like he was about to cry at any moment, it was very cute. After stuttering for a while, he screamed like a madman. "In any case, he did something outrageous to me. Is it something that's too much?" Wu Yan laughed maliciously. Rin and Osaka instinctively took a step back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Wu Yan cautiously. I'm warning you, I'm here to do something important. I don't have time to play with you, oh? Wu Yan was surprised for a moment before he laughed. So you're saying that when you're not doing something important, you can play to your heart's content? You. Rin and Osaka's eyes widened in anger. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked at Rin and Osaka with a smile. You don't believe me? Do you need me to prove it? Forget it. Rin Tosaka raised her bag to block her front. She looked at Wu Yan like he's a pervert. She's looking at Wu Yan like he's going to devour her if she doesn't keep her eyes on him. I'm here to do something important. If you mess around, I won't go easy on you. Then. Wu Yan turned his eyes and he pointed at his own cheeks. Kiss me and I'll forget about it, how about that? Kiss you. Rin and Osaka blushed and glared at Wu Yan. You wish, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Wu Yan interrupted Rin and Osaka. He looked at Rin and Osaka with a half-smile. Now, come over and kiss me yourself, or let me take the opportunity to bully you. Which choice is better? You. You're shameless. Rin and Osaka's eyes were filled with tears. She hesitated for a moment before biting her lips and walking towards Wu Yan. Okay, I'll kiss you now, but you're not allowed to kiss me again, that won't do. Wu Yan rejected her without hesitation. Only after you finish your business. Damn it. Rin Enben looked furious as he glared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan is like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Rin Enben had no choice but to stand on his tiptoes and give Wu Yan a peck on the cheek. Just as she was about to kiss him, Wu Yan turned his head and Rin and Osaka's kiss landed on Wu Yan's lips. You. Rin and Osaka jumped away like she was electrocuted. Wu Yan laughed out loud again. He didn't expect Rin and Osaka to have such a cute side. Chapter 15-16. The ley lines are in chaos? Wu Yan exclaimed as he walked on a mountain path in the forest of Yuzhou Mountain. But didn't we retrieve the 7 grade cards that disturbed the ley lines? Why would the ley lines be in chaos? I would like to know the answer to that as well. Rin Tosaka, who was leading the way, replied. If I knew why the ley lines were in chaos, I wouldn't have come here to investigate and I wouldn't have met you. That's true, the Tosaka household is the owner of this land after all. Wu Yan ignored the second half of Rin's sentence and scratched his face. However, could it be that the reason for the chaos in the earth veins is because you used the mana of the earth veins to construct a magic array the last time? How is that possible? Rin Tosaka's expression was somewhat guilty when he said this. The Tosaka household is the owner of the ley lines and I am the current head of the household. If borrowing a bit of the ley lines' mana would cause the ley lines to be in chaos, why would I do it? Well, you're right. Wu Yan glanced at Rin's guilty expression. He didn't say anything and he shrugged. I hope you messed up the ley lines last time, that way it would be easier to deal with. You're so noisy. Rin Tosaka quickened his pace without looking back. You don't have to tell me that. Don't walk so fast. Wu Yan hurried to catch up. I don't know the way, I might get lost later. What if I lose my temper and destroy the ley lines along with the ley lines? Don't you dare use such a casual tone with me. Rin Enben turned around and he glared at Wu Yan with a fiery glare. By the way, what are you doing here so early in the morning? As for the reason, it's a long story. Let me get straight to the point. Wu Yan casually said something that made Rin's heart skip a beat. There might be a way to create a grade card here. The way to create a class card? Rin Osaka stopped in shock, causing Wu Yan, who was walking behind her, to bump into her. His hand subconsciously grabbed onto a pair of soft breasts. Wah! Rin and Osaka cried out in surprise when his weakness was attacked. Then, his expression turned ruthless. She grabbed her bag and slapped it behind her. Let go of me. You pervert. Wah! This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to scream and lean back. She avoided the bag that was coming at her. You despicable bastard. Rin Enosaka covered his chest with one hand. He shouted in exasperation. Didn't I tell you not to mess around after kissing you? Hey hey hey. No matter how I look at it, it's impossible. Wu Yan took a step back. He shook his head and waved his hand. It's because you suddenly stopped for no reason. It's because you suddenly said something that couldn't be ignored. Rin Enosaka glared at Wu Yan fiercely. Tell me what's going on. I already said it's impossible. Who's asking you that? Rin Enosaka was furious. I asked you how you found the way to create a grade card. I already told you that, right? Wu Yan said innocently. It's a long story, so I'll just tell you what I'm here for. We'll talk about the reason when we get back. You. Rin Enben was angry and helpless at the same time. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and continued walking. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Seeing Rin Enosaka walk away in a huff, Wu Yan smiled like a child who succeeded in his prank. For some reason, Wu Yan couldn't help but want to tease this arrogant and barbaric young lady. Seeing her make all kinds of expressions makes him feel satisfied. Next time, I'll think of a way to get young Lady Rin to kiss me, but this time it's a kiss. With that, Wu Yan put his hands behind his head and leisurely followed behind Rin Enosaka. There's a barrier at the beginning of the mountain path that they're walking on. It's a measure to prevent normal people from entering. Because of this barrier, no one knew how long it had been since anyone had approached this mountain path. There were messy branches and leaves everywhere, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Not even the shadow of a bird could be seen. It was quite a frightening feeling. Walking on this mountain path, Wu Yan and Rin Enben's footsteps are unusually loud. Their footsteps even turned into echoes that reverberated in the air. The sound of their feet stepping on tree leaves and branches reverberated in the air. After walking for who knows how long, a rock wall appeared at the end of the mountain path. At the bottom of the rock wall, there's a gap that can only allow one person to pass through. It's pitch black inside. It's not hard to imagine how dim the light is. We're here. Looking at the gap in the rock wall that only allowed one person to pass through, Rin reminded him. That's the tunnel that connects to the underground cavern inside Yuzo Mountain. The underground cavern. That's where the main vein of Fuyuki City gathers. It's also the center of the Holy Grail War's ritual formation. House Enosaka is in charge of managing the land veins. They're there to directly investigate, manage, and monitor the land veins. It's also the place where the land veins are closest to the surface. Wu Yan and Rin Enosaka's destination is the underground cavern. Let's go in. Under the lead of the host, Rin Enben, the two of them entered a crack in the wall and walked into the tunnel that led to the underground cavern. The tunnel is very narrow at the beginning. It can only allow one person to pass through. The light inside is also very dim. Therefore, Yua. You bastard. Where are you touching this time? And nothing, I'm just touching the rock wall. Why did you put your hand in front of you when you're touching the rock wall, Yua? Wow, it's so soft, what is it again? You. I'm going to get mad if you touch it again. Don't say that after you've taken out the gemstone, okay? After a while, the tunnel became wider and wider. After a while, it's wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. After walking for a while, they found themselves in a huge cavern. Looking around, Wu Yan was speechless. It's the size of 2 soccer fields and the height of a mountain. What a huge cavern, no wonder it's called the underground cavern. All right. Rin Enosaka glanced at Wu Yan. Since we're here, why don't you tell me where we can find the method to create a rank card? How would I know where to find it? Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Also, I only said that it's possible to find it. Whether or not we can find the method to create a rank card, we'll have to wait and see. With that, Wu Yan jumped onto a stone platform at the front of the cavern. He knelt down on one knee and touched the ground that was covered in dust, gravel, and dirt. According to Blackie, he should be able to reach the center of the ritual from here. Wu Yan closed his eyes. His hand on the ground began to emit a magical heat like smoke. It rose from his palm and between his fingers. Not long after, an intricate geometric pattern about twice the size of Wu Yan's palm appeared with his palm at the center. It started to vibrate with a faint radiance and started to rotate. So, we can find the method to create a rank card just like that? Rin and Osaka tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that the method to create a rank card is still hidden in the ley line? Only the Osaka clan would be able to find the ley line. Rin and Osaka couldn't figure it out and gave up. He walked to the center of the platform and took out a stand from his bag. Holding the frame, Rin Hosaka set it up on the ground, creating a simple four-legged platform. There were 4 iron pipes on the platform, and an ancient-looking piece of paper was tied in the middle. After setting up the brackets, Rin Enbin took out a thick book from his bag. He flipped through it and placed it on his wrist, holding it flat beside him. His other hand took out a gemstone that was connected to a pendant. Phew. Standing in front of the support, Rin Enbin took a deep breath. Let's begin. Rin and Osaka held the book with one hand and the pendant with the other. He held it above the ancient paper and closed his eyes. He began to chant an incantation. After chanting the incantation, a green light flashed on the book in Rin and Osaka's hand. Soon after, the gemstone hanging above the ancient paper also emitted a light. Chapter 15-17. Anfang, begin, Beantworten Private Ediford Milken Desubjordan, request for a response in the name of the One, Boden, Zerstromung, flow from the earth, Stromung, Zumblet, flow of blood, Blut, Zumpergament, blood on skin, Abskday, blessing. In the gloomy underground cavern, lines of German incantations seemed to have turned into the syllables of a song, reverberating in the vast space. As the last syllable fell, the gem on Rin Enbin's pendant glowed like a crystal. It lit up the entire cavern. Rin Enbin was completely unaffected by this. His eyes were still closed as he repeatedly chanted an incomprehensible incantation. Not far away, Wu Yan is kneeling on one knee. He used magic to send his consciousness into the ground to investigate the Holy Grail War ritual formation. He didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued with his work. Inky was right. It was relatively easy to investigate the ritual magic circle of the Holy Grail War in the underground cave in the center of Fuyuki City. He was using magic to do it. Wu Yan's consciousness went deep into the underground cavern. In his mind, a huge, complex, and compact magic circle slowly appeared. That was the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle under Yuanzang Mountain's Willow Cave Temple. It was the foundation that supported the Holy Grail War. Now, this magic formation that can absorb mana from the ley lines to support the Holy Grail's descent and assist the magicians in the Holy Grail War in summoning their heroic spirits was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes without any reservations. If he could analyze it thoroughly, then as long as he has enough mana to support the Holy Grail's descent and the heroic spirit summoning, Wu Yan could do it alone. He could start the Holy Grail War ritual. Of course, it's only limited to those worlds where heroic spirits exist. It's a pity that even though the true ancestors' mana was strong, Wu Yan's demonic power is boundless after being cleansed several times. However, it's still too early to start the Holy Grail War ritual. After all, this ceremonial magic formation required 60 years of absorbing mana from the earth veins, which were known to have an endless supply of mana. Wu Yan's ability alone was not enough to start the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle. Because of this, Inky's view on the class card was more realistic. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that someone could connect to the throne of heroic spirits and use its power to create a card. Compared to this possibility, the theory that the creator of the class card used the power of the Holy Grail to create the card was more convincing. And now, Wu Yan could sense that the ritual magic circle under the Yuanzang Mountain's Willow Cave Temple was still emitting strange waves. It was constantly absorbing mana from the underground cavern and storing it. Wu Yan didn't know if the ritual magic circle had absorbed enough mana to start the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle. Even if it had, he wouldn't start it. The Holy Grail that could fulfill all wishes was very attractive. However, Wu Yan didn't need it. He didn't think that the Holy Grail could fulfill all wishes. Moreover, every Holy Grail War ritual magic circle would drag many people into a disaster and misfortune. No one had ever heard of a Holy Grail War ritual magic circle bringing happiness to anyone. In the end, the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle was nothing more than an ugly battle for the Holy Grail. Therefore, Wu Yan was already kind enough to not destroy the ritual magic circle, let alone start it. If it was really activated, Blackie, who was born to become the Holy Grail, would have a tragic end, right? When he thought of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but have the urge to destroy the ritual magic circle. It took him a lot of effort to restrain himself and focus on the ritual magic circle. No matter what, he had to first memorize this huge and complicated ritual magic circle. Perhaps it would be of some help in crafting rank cards. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan used the knowledge of the 103,000 grimoires to memorize the ritual magic circle and engraved it into his mind one by one. With the ability of complete memory, even if the ritual magic circle was very complicated, it wasn't difficult for Wu Yan to just memorize it. Just like this, time passed quietly as Wu Yan memorized the ritual magic circle and Rin Enbin kept chanting the incomprehensible incantation. At a certain moment, Wu Yan, who had his eyes closed, the mana in his hand that was pressed on the ground began to weaken. The rippling complex pattern also slowly dissipated. Wu Yan opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He clapped his hands and stood up from the ground. I've memorized the ritual, I'll study the rest when I get home. Wu Yan looked up and was about to look at Rin Enbin when he suddenly exclaimed. How is this possible? Hearing Rin Enbin's shocked and incredulous voice, Wu Yan had the same thought. Things seemed to be developing in an unexpected way again. What's wrong? With a heavy expression, Wu Yan came to Rin Enbin's side and asked. What happened? Rin Enosaka didn't even reply. Instead, he looked at the ancient paper in front of him with a shaken expression. His pupils fluctuated violently, and his eyes were filled with shock. Wu Yan ignored Rin Enbin and looked at the ancient paper in front of Rin Enbin. On the ancient piece of paper, traces of burnt marks spread across it like a spider web. It wasn't complicated, but it didn't look like a pattern drawn by humans. This is Fuyuki City's leyline map? Wu Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at Rin Enosaka. What's going on? Is there a problem with the leyline? Rin Enbin didn't answer. He clenched his teeth and pointed at the bottom left corner of the leyline map in front of him. Over there was an extremely small but well-defined square block blocking one of the earth veins like a strange object. That's a blockage? Wu Yan paused for a bit before he exclaimed. It's the one that caused the landform to be chaotic? Have you ever seen a blockage in an earth vein that looks like a cube? Rin Enosaka forced a smile on his face. That's a lot more troublesome than a blockage. Wu Yan furrowed his brows. What's going on? That's not a real blockage. It's a fictional space. Rin Enbin took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. It absorbs mana from the leyline. It's located in the imaginary realm. It's a reflection of this world, absorbing the land's mana, the void domain, this world's inverted space. Wu Yan mumbled. Then, a possibility flashed through his mind. His expression changed as he exclaimed in shock. Mirror realm. Do you understand? Rin Enosaka's bitter smile deepened. The cube in the leyline. It's the mirror realm. That's impossible. Wu Yan took out his rank card. I have all the rank cards. The last one is in Blackie's body. The mirror realm shouldn't exist anymore, right? Then. Rin Enosaka stared at the square on the map. Who told you that the mirror realm doesn't exist without the 7 rank cards? Isn't it obvious? Wu Yan answered without thinking. The mirror realm exists because of the rank cards. Wu Yan's words got stuck in his throat before he could finish his sentence. Do you understand now? Rin Enben clenched his fist. The existence of the mirror realm naturally proves its existence, doesn't it? The 8th rank card. Chapter 15-18. The 8th tier card? Inside the living room of Wu Yan, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Little Black's house, gasps of surprise, astonishment, and shock resounded in this small space. The 8th class card. Mayu could not hide the wavering in his eyes as he muttered in a daze. There's an 8th tier card? That thing. Xiaohei looked at Wu Yan in shock. After Wu Yan nodded in agreement with Rin Enben, Xiaohei sat back on her chair and shook her head in disbelief. The 8th tier card. How is that even possible? Wu Yan sighed when he saw Xiaohei's reaction. Just like Xiaohei, he couldn't believe the existence of the 8th tier card. After all, there were only 7 tiers in the Holy Grail War: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. There was no 8th tier card. In Wu Yan's memory, the original world of this world, which is Fate's world, there was a battle in the Holy Grail War where there was another job class other than the above 7. Could there be one in this world as well? The 8th tier card. Could it be the heroic spirit of another class that appeared once during the Holy Grail War in the world of Fate? If that's the case, it'll cause a lot of trouble. It's going to be a lot of trouble. I know you're all surprised. I'm surprised too. Rin Enben spread the map on the table. He pointed at the square on the bottom left of the map and looked at everyone. But the map of the Earth veins has shown it clearly. In other words, the recycling of the cards hasn't ended yet? Livia sighed. No wonder the ley line hasn't returned to normal. There's still another tier card. It's still absorbing the mana of the ley line in the mirrored realm. How can the ley line return to normal? Is there really an 8th tier card? At the side, Ilya raised her hand. Didn't Sister Rin say that the Magic Association detected a distorted mana source in Fuyuki City? That's why they knew there's a tier card. But now, there's no longer a distorted mana source in Fuyuki City. The location of the tier card this time is different from before. Rin Enben shook his head. It's not just deep underground. It's located on the main branch of the ley line. Even the Magic Association can't detect it. Only the House of Enben, who has direct jurisdiction over the ley line, can detect it. It's not surprising that they missed it. The Magic Association detected the distorted mana source and discovered the existence of the tier card. It's been about a month. Livia bit on her fingernail. Not only is the 8th card located on the main trunk of the ley lines, but it has also been absorbing magic power for a whole month. To be able to absorb such an astonishing amount of magic power. Blackie revealed a troubled expression. What a terrifying monster that is. The amount of mana the 8th tier card absorbs is far more than the previous tier cards. The amount of mana it absorbs is so much that it's making the ley line chaotic. Rin Enben placed his hands on the table. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. So, it's very likely that the enemy is even stronger than the Saber and Berserker of the past. Stronger than Saber and Berserker? Ilya couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. Although it wasn't Ilya, Mio, Rin Enben, and Livia who fought the Saber, it was still a battle between the Saber and Berserker. Ilya saw it with her own eyes. Ilya was sure that if they were the ones facing Saber instead, then even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might still be defeated by Saber in the end. They might not even be able to keep their lives. It couldn't be helped. Saber was really powerful, and Excalibur's true name was even more terrifying. How could the 4 of them possibly defeat him? Unless Blackie and Ilya's body broke the seal and joined the battle. Otherwise, they would never be able to defeat the Saber with the Excalibur. As for the Berserker, it was even more terrifying. Berserker's strength was on par with Saber. Saber had Excalibur, while Berserker had 12 trials. Berserker was even more difficult to deal with than Saber. Berserker was even more difficult to deal with than Saber. Furthermore, Berserker was able to become stronger as the battle went on. It was extremely difficult to deal with. This could be seen from the fact that Wu Yan defeated the saber alone and the Berserker was fought by Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Moreover, Ilya and Meiyu had almost died in the hands of a Berserker back then. If the 8th rank card was an enemy stronger than Saber and a Berserker, Ilya no longer dared to imagine how frightening that existence would be. This time, I gathered everyone here to listen to your thoughts. Rin Enbin spoke with a deep voice. Facing the strongest enemy in history, what do you all plan to do? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. What do we do? What else can we do? There wasn't a single person here who didn't have a direct connection with the class card. This 8th class card that appeared out of nowhere, no matter what it is, there is only one way to deal with it. My ultimate goal is to get the 7 class cards. When everyone went silent, Wu Yan suddenly spoke. That's why I plan to take it back. Wu Yan subconsciously looked at Chuju and Mikoto. You don't have to ask. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and answered in unison. Yan's decision is our decision. I'll go too. Little Black slammed the table and stood up without hesitation. The class card, the strongest enemy in history, these have nothing to do with me, but if Big Brother, Chuju, Ne-san, and Mikoto, Ne-san are going, then I'll go too. It's probably the same for us. Rin Enbin and Livia looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Although the mission of taking back the class card is equivalent to a failure, it's still our mission to restore the ley lines to normal. Even if the enemy isn't something we can deal with, we'll still go, Ilya. Miyu. At this moment, Livia looked at Elia and Miyu. What's your decision? Ilya's mouth opened slightly, and she started hesitating. I'll go. Mio suddenly said. She didn't explain the reason and only used her unyielding eyes to express her inner thoughts. Silence speaks louder than words. Seeing that Mio agreed, Ilya gritted her teeth. If that's the case, wait. Just when Ilya was about to go all out, Wu Yan interrupted her. The enemy might be the strongest in history, but it's also a fact that there's only one left. The space in the mirror realm is definitely not that big. If too many people go in, it's very likely that something will happen. The girls looked at each other. Then what should we do? Let's think about the people who will go out later. Wu Yan pondered for a moment. First, we have to clear the path. The location of the 8th class card was in the underground ley lines trunk. In other words, everyone had to first reach the mirror realm where the 8th rank card was before they could jump from the real number domain to the imaginary number domain. In other words, they must first go underground if they want to enter the mirror realm. Leave this matter to me. Livia nodded to everyone. I'll get someone to make an underground passage. Hearing this, everyone present nodded with their own thoughts, allowing the scene to return to silence. Chapter 15-19. In the night, a cool breeze blew past the rustling trees, the leaves dripping with dew, the sparkling river, and the streets that had returned to tranquility. The stars twinkled in the endless night sky. The streets were filled with a dense and intoxicating air. The frost of the full moon poured down and shone into a room through the window. Some strange sounds were echoing in the room, panting, inhaling, rubbing, whimpering. Such sounds seemed to dispel the cold air of the night, making the temperature of the room rise infinitely. It became hotter and more erotic. His breath had been taken away. The hot breath came to his face. Wu Yan held a petite body in his arms. He opened his eyes and looked at little Hei, who kept her eyes closed and pressed her warm lips tightly on his. She was very engrossed in kissing him. He felt a little conflicted in his heart. That was normal. Wu Yan doesn't know what other people are thinking, but he is well aware of the fact that he is constantly being asked for things by a girl who is always taking the initiative. Although he can't say that he's unhappy about it, if possible, he would still like to be the one taking the initiative. It was a pity that Little Black's boldness was too extraordinary. and it also had a competitive spirit that refused to be outdone. If it really fought with her for the initiative, she would not be happy if it won. If he lost, she would be proud. No matter which side he chose, it was not a good choice. Therefore, even if he was conflicted, Wu Yan could only let little He do what she wanted. Moreover, little He was very enthusiastic tonight, like a kitten seeking warmth. He didn't want to push her away. In all kinds of strange sounds, the two different sized tongues kept moving back and forth. Little He gradually increased the strength around Wu Yan's neck. Her lips and tongue gradually became hot. She vented the passion in her heart. Along with the sound of breathing, it became heavier and heavier. Blackie's movements seemed to have run out of stamina. The intensity of its movements gradually decreased. This rough kiss had lasted for at least 10 minutes, hadn't it? Maybe it would take even longer than that, he only knew. Little He kept asking. She kept pushing. She kept venting her inner emotions. By the way, during this time, the magical power supply had finished. Little He's magical power had reached the maximum level. Most of the time, it was just pure kissing. Nobody knew how long had passed. Little He's breathing had become very heavy. Her strength was also slowly dissipating. The little hand around Wu Yan's neck slowly dropped. At a certain moment, she finally could not hold on any longer and loosened her lips. Along with her loosening, the tightly intertwined lips and tongues also loosened. Amidst the most coarse panting, the battle had ended. Ha! Ha! As soon as their lips parted, Xiao He began to pant violently, as if he was drowning. His chest heaved up and down at an extremely fast frequency. His misty eyes sparkled in the darkness, revealing an unusual charm. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Blackie gasping for air like a dying dog. You're just a little girl, yet you're playing so big. Now you've tasted the pain, haven't you? No, it's not bitter at all. Blackie took a deep breath and calmed himself down. A playful smile appeared on his face. Big brother's kiss is very comfortable. I am very satisfied, but today you are many times more unsatisfied than before. Wu Yan poked little He's forehead with his finger and looked straight into her eyes. Something's on your mind? Hearing this, little He wanted to shake her head. But when she saw Wu Yan's unquestionable gaze, she stopped shaking her head and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, I can't hide it from Big Brother, you are too bad at hiding your emotions. Wu Yan touched little He's head. You are thinking about the 8th rank card, right? There should only be 7 ranks. Little He was silent for a while and then answered in a muffled voice. There shouldn't be an 8th rank, maybe there are only 7 ranks in the Holy Grail War, but the rank card is not necessarily. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes while touching little He's head. The ritual of the Holy Grail War was not activated at all. I can be sure that the Holy Grail War is not happening in Fuyuki City now. So, the rank card should have nothing to do with the Holy Grail War. The rank shown on the rank card is exactly the same as the heroic spirit of the Holy Grail War. Is it a coincidence? Blackie, on the other hand, had the opposite opinion. Heroic spirit, rank, these are the same as the Holy Grail War. Isn't it too far-fetched to say that it is a coincidence? But the ritual of the Holy Grail War was not activated. Wu Yan explained. At least, the rank card has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War now. You can't deny this, right? That's true. Little He said. But on the surface, she still couldn't let it go. That's natural, little He had been undergoing adjustments before she was born. After she was born, she was instilled with knowledge and language. All of this was to prepare little He to become the Holy Grail. Naturally, it was impossible for Blackie to not know about the Holy Grail War, and it was impossible for him to not care about it. It was perfectly normal for him to be more sensitive than the average person about the class cards. Maybe, things are not as complicated as you think. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and said. Think about it. Is it possible that the creator of the rank card made another card of the same rank? Same rank card? Little He was stunned. Although there are only 7 ranks, maybe there is more than one heroic spirit of the same rank? Wu Yan reminded her. Every job rank card corresponds to a heroic spirit that matches that job rank, but there is more than one heroic spirit that can take on the same job rank. Therefore, it's not impossible for the creator of the job rank card to create another job rank card of the same job rank, right? Big brother, are you saying? Little Hay said with uncertainty. The 8th rank card might be the same as one of the other 7 rank cards? Yes, yes. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed brightly. Saber, swordsman, lancer, archer, rider, caster, magician, assassin, and berserker. The 8th class card is one of these 7 classes, so it's not strange, right? Indeed. Originally, Wu Yan was trying his best to figure out how to create a class card so that he could create a second archer card to complete his demigod quest. Back then, in order to complete the demigod path mission, Wu Yan thought about the existence of a second archer card. He also thought about asking the creator of the rank card to make another archer card. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be impossible to have a second card of the same rank as the other cards. Anyway, compared to the 8th rank card, Wu Yan was more willing to believe in this possibility. But if... Wu Yan's eyes lit up. If the 8th rank card is the second archer card, then my mission is complete. The second card. Archer. Blackie rubbed its chest. Soon after, it revealed its usual calm smile and gave a slight smile. It seems like we need to take back the 8th card. Also, if the 8th card is the archer card, we can collude with Rin Enbin and Livia to not expose the existence of the 8th rank card. Wu Yan grinned. If that's the case, after retrieving the second archer card, those who don't know about the 8th archer card won't know that Blackie has an archer card in his body. This matter can be successfully concealed and you don't have to worry about people eyeing the card in your body anymore. Little Hay's eyes lit up. It's decided. Not long after, Little Black cried out like a declaration. The 8th rank card. We must take it back. Looking at Little Hay's happy face, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. I still don't know if the 8th card is the archer from the second one. Chapter 15-20. Therefore, before Livia completed the underground tunnel leading to the location of the 8th rank card, everyone put this matter aside and continued with their daily lives. Rin Enbin would continue to monitor the situation of the ley lines in the underground cavern. He would also monitor the changes in the ley lines and the state of the mirror realm in the imaginary domain where the rank card was located. This was to prevent the 8th rank card from causing any other changes to the ley lines. As for the others, they used the excuse of conserving their energy to not participate in the matter of the rank card before the underground tunnel was completed. Of course, conserving their energy was only a small part of it. Most importantly, everyone wanted to enjoy their ordinary lives as much as possible before the big battle. After all, the 8th rank card was madly absorbing the mana from the ley lines, causing the ley lines to shrink and become chaotic. It was obvious that the enemy they were going to face next was a monster that was scarier than any other heroic spirit they had faced before. Against a monster like this, even Wu Yan, Hinajiku, Mikoto, and even Blackie who can take on a heroic spirit all by themselves had to be cautious. During the battle against Saber, Wu Yan fought alone. In the end, he paid the price of some minor injuries and won the battle. After that, he took back Saber's rank card. During the battle, Saber's strength was already on par with Saber's. The more they fought, the stronger they became. The more they fight, the stronger they get, immune to the berserker's ability to kill them. Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto teamed up and won without taking any damage. Their opponent this time is a much stronger existence than Saber and Berserker. Even if Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto teamed up again, it's hard to say if they can win this time. Luckily, Xiao Hei, who is as strong as Wu Yan and Ko, joined forces with the 4 of them. The 4 of them had a higher chance of winning. Meanwhile, Rin Enbin, Livia, Ilya, and Mikoto had to consider if they should join the battle. Right now, At this point, the strength of the four of them was more or less unable to keep up with the strength of the heroic spirit. Fighting against the heroic spirit that might be the strongest 8th grade card, if they were to mindlessly barge into the mirror world, the heroic spirit would not be able to keep up. He wouldn't even know how he died. Therefore, before the underground tunnel was completed, the four of them also needed some time to sort out their emotions and consider what they should do, whether they should participate in this battle or not. Before that, let's keep the status quo for now. Everyone returned to their daily lives with their own thoughts and considerations. Unfortunately, this routine was destined not to last for long. Fuyuki City, River Bank, the bright red bridge was still the same, allowing vehicles to come and go in 2 different directions. The same scene repeated day after day, causing people to feel visually tired, wishing that someone could break this extremely regular scene. At a certain time, a taxi came from the other side of the red bridge. Originally, there was nothing strange about a taxi passing through the bridge and heading to the other side. There was no need to mention it. However, compared to the other cars coming and going, this taxi suddenly made a different move. It stopped at the sidewalk on both sides of the red bridge without any warning. The sound of the engine echoed clearly. The door of the taxi was suddenly opened. A figure walked out of the car. The door of the taxi slammed shut, leaving the passenger who was still in the car a second ago. The taxi drove away without any hesitation. The person who got out of the car didn't care about the surrounding vehicles. She walked to the edge of the red bridge and looked at the river and the corner of Fuyuki City. The person who got out of the car was a girl. To be more precise, she looked like a girl. This was because she was wearing a standard male suit, a tie, and a pair of gloves with rows of strange symbols engraved on her back. Her whole body was surrounded by a fierce aura, and she didn't look like an ordinary girl at all. Pink, short hair that didn't even cover her ears. Her pupils were also pink, but from time to time, a cold light flashed in her eyes. The girl carried a straight tube that looked like a painting scroll, staring at the direction of Fuyuki City. After a long time, she spoke. Strange. A steady and powerful voice came out from her mouth. The girl's eyes became sharper and sharper as she looked at the corner of Fuyuki City. I didn't feel the distorted mana source. Distorted mana source. It was the source of the abnormal magic power emanating from the place where the heroic spirits who had lost their minds were in the mirror realm of the imaginary domain, materialized with the help of class cards, absorbed magic power from the ley lines, and maintained their bodies. Based on this sentence alone, the identity of this girl who didn't look like a girl at all is definitely not ordinary. What's going on? The girl frowned. A look of doubt appeared in her sharp eyes. Now, didn't the 2 chairman candidates of the chronometer tower who are responsible for recovering the cards report that the cards haven't been fully recovered yet? How come there's no distorted mana source? With such a question, the girl's eyes gradually narrowed, the look of doubt disappeared and was replaced by a flash of light. It seems like there's something going on that the Magic Association doesn't know about. Oh well. Without thinking too much about the situation in front of her, the girl turned around and walked to the other side of the bright red bridge. Sooner or later, I'll have to face the 2 chairman candidates of the chronometer tower. At the same time, Chuju and Mikoto were walking on a commercial street in Fuyuki City. They seemed to be shopping here. The underground passage shouldn't be completed so soon, right? Mikoto didn't even bother to look at the glittering stores around her. She spoke casually as she walked. Before that, are we going to live leisurely every day? Didn't Yen say so? Hinajuku retracted her gaze and turned her attention back to the matter at hand. Before the battle comes, we just need to play to our heart's content. That's true. Mikoto was a little annoyed. But Yen has been analyzing the cards all the time. He's busy every day. He doesn't have any free time, but he wants us to play to our heart's content. How can we play to our heart's content? Yen wants us to play to our heart's content. That's why he's doing everything himself. Chuju said helplessly. Although I don't want to play while he's busy, this is Yan's intention. We can't disappoint him. That's the only way. Mikoto sighed. I hope the enemy this time won't be like the berserker who has that troublesome noble phantasm. Otherwise, I really don't know how to fight, really. Hinajuku nodded her head in agreement. She's the same level as us, she only has brute strength, but because of her noble phantasm, the three of us have to work together. Heroic spirit's noble phantasm is really cheating. The same thing happened to Saber 2 times ago. If she didn't have Excalibur, it wouldn't be hard for Yen to defeat her. Mikoto stroked her bangs. No matter what, instead of hoping that the enemy is weaker than we think, why don't we think it's stronger so we can prepare ourselves for a tough battle? Just like that, the two girls chatted while casually strolling down the street. If one ignored their conversation, they were no different from ordinary girls. At this moment, a girl in a suit with sharp eyes and a long tube in hand walked towards them. She didn't look like a girl at all. She looked like she wanted to create a contrast with Chuju and Mikoto. On one side, there were two girls chatting. On the other side, there was a quiet girl who didn't seem to fit in with her surroundings. The three of them faced each other and kept getting closer to each other. Until a certain moment, they brushed past each other like normal pedestrians. However, the moment they brushed past each other, the three girls, who had their backs to each other and were less than 3 meters away from each other, suddenly stopped in their tracks. Hinajuku and Mikoto, who were in the middle of their conversation, narrowed their eyes and stopped talking without any warning. They stood there motionless. The girl in the suit with the tube did the same. Her sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1521. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. On the bustling commercial street, the surrounding pedestrians were still noisily coming and going. They did not notice that something was wrong at all. The three completely different girls seemed to have entered a world that only belonged to them. They were isolated from everything around them. They just stood there with their backs facing each other. They didn't say anything, which made the scene extremely weird and made the atmosphere quite oppressive. At this moment, there was only one thought in the three girls' mind. Who is that? Even if there were a sea of people around them, the three girls didn't know each other. But in this vast sea of people, they still felt, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. The young woman in a suit tightened the strap of the tube in her hand, and her sharp eyes flickered slightly. Fuyuki City was not a nameless place in the magic circle. On the contrary, because of the Holy Grail War and the ley line, Fuyuki City was quite famous for magic people. But there weren't many magicians who would be active in Fuyuki City. Even Rin and Osaka, who was the guardian of Fuyuki City, left Fuyuki City more than a year ago to study in the Magic Association's Time Tower. In Fuyuki City, how many magicians could there be? Not to mention a powerful magician. However, the girl in the suit was extremely sensitive to the situation. The two girls behind her were definitely not ordinary people. There weren't many magicians in Fuyuki City, and there were almost no magicians with a little bit of strength. Now, the two magicians that even the girl in the suit couldn't ignore appeared in Fuyuki City because of the class card. The girl in the suit felt that these two people might be like her. They were also here for the class card. Should I test them first? The girl in the suit flashed such an idea in her mind, but she immediately cancelled it. Forget it, I can't be sure that they have the same purpose as me, and I have a mission to complete. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble, she thought so. The girl in the suit slowly restrained the murderous aura in her eyes. She carried the straight tube on her shoulder and didn't stay any longer. She moved forward. She walked forward. She left the scene. Until the back of the girl in the suit disappeared from the crowd of people on the commercial street. Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at each other. That person. Mikoto glanced behind her. He's not an ordinary person, right? Is that so? Hinajuku replied without looking back. At the very least, I don't think an ordinary person would have such a powerful aura. It even has a faint murderous aura, killing intent? Mikoto's lips slowly curled upwards. I didn't feel anything. But I can feel that she's very strong. Why would such a strong person suddenly appear? Hinajuku muttered to herself. You're not just here to shop, are you? Well. Mikoto shrugged. My intuition tells me that I can't just leave her alone. You're right, I'm also very concerned. Hinajuku turned around and looked at the crowded commercial street behind her. Then, what should we do? Isn't it obvious? Mikoto answered without hesitation. No matter what, let's go check it out. Chuju hesitated for a bit before nodding. The two of them looked at each other again. Then, they lifted their feet and rushed into the crowd in front of them. Fuyuki City, Eiderfeldt's house. It's that deep? After the reconstruction was completed, Livia clicked her tongue as she looked at the diagram of the location of the 8th job rank card that she received from Rin Dosaka in the brand new reception hall. It's not something that can be done in a short period of time to think of an underground passage in such a deep place. The ley line is deep to begin with, the 8th rank card is on one of the main branches of the ley line, how can it not be deep? Although his words were reasonable, Rin Enosaka had a troubled expression on his face. It's no wonder the association couldn't find the 8th rank card in such a deep place. It's a good thing we found it early. If we let the card absorb mana from the ley line, who knows what would happen? Livia looked at the map in her hand. Based on the current situation, it will take at least half a month to complete the underground tunnel. Let's do it as fast as we can. Rin Enben waved his hand. It's hard to say if such a dangerous thing will cause other troubles in the earth vein. Then let's get started. Livia didn't argue with Rin Dosaka. She folded the diagram in her hand and handed it to Daoist, who had been standing by the side. Daoist, I'll leave this to you. Yes. Milady. The old butler swiftly put away the schematic map and walked out of the guest hall. He didn't seem to be old at all. Shouldn't we report to the master about the 8th rank card? Livia said as she looked at the direction where Daoist left. I know we shouldn't let the association know about this, but shouldn't we report it to the master? I know what you mean. Rin Enben's expression was unreadable. After all, the enemy this time isn't something we can handle. Even if it's that man and his 2 companions, we can't say they'll win, right? More importantly, even if we win, we won't be the ones to get the 8th rank card. Livia laughed at herself. If we don't think of a way to break the current situation, we'll have to give up on the entrance test. Rin Enben didn't know what to say. Indeed, Rin Enosaka and Livia were in an extremely awkward situation. They wanted to enter the mirrored realm and fight the 8th rank card, but they didn't have enough combat power. If they give up, everything they've done would be in vain. Even the mission to normalize the ley line required the enemy to do it. They couldn't do anything about it. If they try to be brave, they'll only drag the team down and they might even lose their lives. If they don't participate, they won't be satisfied. How could one not feel helpless in such a situation? It's all that Ruby's fault. Rin Enben clenched his fists and yelled in anger. If it didn't betray us and drag Ilya into this mess, things wouldn't have turned out this way. If we don't drag Mayu and the others into this mess, we can ask the association for help openly. Livia clenched her teeth and agreed with Rin Enben. If that's the case, I'll have enough combat power to fight. If there was an outsider beside them, seeing Rin Dosaka and Livia covered in black gas, they would feel bitterly disappointed and pity for them, right? However, if it weren't for the fact that these 2 rivals had the disease of dying if they don't quarrel for a day, and went to retrieve the cards obediently, Ruby and Sapphire wouldn't have betrayed them. It could only be said that these 2 young ladies had reaped what they had sown. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the sky above the Eiderfeldt's mansion. This is... Livia was startled, and then her expression changed. Intrusion alarm? Intrusion alarm? Rin Enben looked at Livia in shock. You mean, someone broke in? It's not a normal person. Livia stood up. And they're not friendly. Damn it. Rin Enben bit his lips. So many things have happened already, why aren't they done yet? After saying that, Rin Dosaka also stood up and rushed out of the reception hall with Livia. They rushed towards the main hall on the first floor. Pushing open the door to the hall, the girl in a suit with a straight tube on her shoulder walked into this place without any expression on her face, as if she had entered a place where no one was around. The originally fierce aura on her body began to carry genuine hostility as it spread around the surroundings. It's just as Wuxia said. Intruder. Not friendly. Walking to the center of the hall, the young lady in the suit looked around. She looked at the quiet space that did not have the slightest bit of human presence, and a steady and powerful voice burst out from her mouth. If you don't come out, don't blame me for using violence to force you out. As his voice slowly faded, the entire hall returned to silence once again. It was as if they had calculated the time. Not long after, at the top of the stairs, two figures walked over from inside the corridor. Chapter 1522. Looking at the girl in a suit standing in the middle of the hall below, Rin Enben and Wuxia came to the corridor above the stairs and looked down at them. Their pretty faces gradually tensed up. It couldn't be helped. The girl in the suit didn't conceal her aura and hostility at all. The extremely dangerous oppressive feeling from her body was like that of a ferocious beast staring at its prey. The two girls' hearts felt heavy, and their expressions gradually turned ugly. From this point alone, even if Rin and Osaka and Wuxia had the advantage in numbers, the one who truly had the upper hand was the girl in the suit. With just a glance, Rin and Osaka and Wuxia had the same thought in their minds. Strong. Too strong. If they were to fight her, they wouldn't be a match for her. Realizing this point, the two girls' hearts secretly rose to their throats. Trespassing into someone else's residence without permission. As if to conceal the vigilance in her heart, Wuxia deliberately mocked him with a relaxed tone. Aren't you being a little too rude? Below, the young lady in a suit who was standing in the middle of the hall remained motionless after hearing Wuxia's mocking words. Soon after, she opened her mouth to speak. How unfortunate, with a voice as powerful as thunder, the suited girl slowly raised her face that had been hidden in the shadows and met Rin Enben and Wuxia's gaze. Today, I'm here to trespass. She sounded arrogant when she said that. However, he said those words as if it was a matter of course. Rin Enben and Wuxia couldn't help but show a trace of anger in their eyes. However, when they saw the other party's appearance under the light, the two girls were shocked and their pupils slightly shrank. You. For an instant, Wuxia's eyes began to fluctuate intensely. After she calmed down, it was replaced by an even stronger sense of vigilance. Why are you here? It's obvious. Wuxia recognized the suited girl who exuded a powerful aura. To a certain extent, I'm here because you found me. Should we say that it's our honor? Rin and Osaka forced a smile. Magic Association's frontline combat expert. The designated executor of the seal, Badget? Fruka. Mark Remise. The so-called sealing designation referred to the fact that the Association of Magic would target magicians with rare talents, special abilities, and taboo violations, and then detain and capture them under the pretext of protection. It's a method to imprison them for life. In this world, some special, powerful, and miraculous magic skills are due to bloodline, constitution, and so on. They can't be learned through normal means. Under such circumstances, the Magic Association would treat the magicians who learned this type of magic as a valuable item. They will be protected, so that they can maintain their magical properties and be passed down as precious specimens. In other words, magicians who learn special magic that others couldn't learn would be made into specimens by the Magic Association and imprisoned for the rest of their lives. Therefore, the magicians who were sealed by the Magic Association were basically sentenced to death. Therefore, most of the magicians who were sealed would reject the edict of the Magic Association and begin to flee. It's not because they're afraid of death. Those who were sealed were those magicians with unique abilities and special physiques who had reached the limit of their field. They were not afraid of death, and for them, their priority was to explore the way of magic. As for their own lives, they don't care about it anymore. For magicians who were obsessed with magic every day, being imprisoned for a lifetime meant that they would no longer be able to conduct magic research. Because of this, being sealed was definitely unacceptable. Therefore, it was the task of the Magic Association's enforcers to hunt down the magicians who were hiding and escaping from the seal. Due to the fact that the magicians who were sealed had all reached the true peak in a certain field and possessed special magic and abilities, they were naturally very powerful. Therefore, the magicians who were sealed were usually the best combat experts in the magic association. Bajie is such an existence. Rin Enosaka and Luvia are candidates for the chairman of the Magic Association's Tower of Time, but in the end, they're just new magicians. If the Magic Association is compared to a police station, then Rin Enosaka and Luvia are students who are selected to become excellent police officers in the future. As for Bajie, she's already independent and can go out alone to carry out missions. She's one of the best police officers in the Magic Association. The two of them aren't even on the same level. This time, Rin Tozaka is right. Luvia shrugged casually. Although I think I'm quite good, I don't have the ability to make the Magic Association issue an amnesty order. It's scary that the enforcers of the Magic Association would come looking for us. If everyone who is sealed is like you, then as the enforcers, I would feel a lot more relaxed. Bajie stared at Rin Enosaka and Luvia. Unfortunately, as you said, you don't have the right to receive an amnesty order from the Magic Association. You. Luvia couldn't help but take a step forward. Rin Enosaka stopped her. You didn't come here just to mock and ridicule us, did you? I don't have the time to do that. Bajie narrowed her eyes. Rin Enosaka. Luvia Salinta. Eiderfelt. Bajie stared at Rin Enosaka and Luvia with a sharp gaze. Rank cards, where did they go? Rank cards? Luvia paused for a second. You. Rin Enosaka raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Don't tell me you're here for the rank card? The distorted mana sources in Fuyuki City are all gone. That means all the rank cards have been recycled, right? Bajit didn't answer Rin Enbin's question. Instead, she muttered to herself. But you reported to the Magic Association that the rank cards haven't been recycled. What's going on? Are you trying to get information from us? Luvia smiled provocatively. But your attitude doesn't seem like the attitude of a person who is asking questions, is that so? Bajie nodded expressionlessly. So you're not going to say anything? Rin Enosaka and Luvia didn't say anything else and fell silent. All right. Barzit's expression remained unchanged as she let go of the cylinder on her shoulder. With a loud thud, she let it fall on the floor. Originally, I didn't expect to use peaceful means to obtain what I need, so you're going to use force? Rin Enbin smiled, but the vigilance in his eyes was stronger than ever. Should I say you're the one who's supposed to execute the seal? Sorry, I'm sorry. Bajit's body tensed up. Like a spring, she shot out. I don't have time to chat with you. Suddenly, Bajit turned into a blur and charged towards Rin Enbin and Luvia. Rin Enosaka and Luvia's expressions turned serious as well. They raised their heads and grabbed a few sparkling and translucent gems, whoosh. Just as the two sides were about to collide head-on, a sharp sonic boom suddenly resounded in the hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Bajit's eyes were fixed. Her body stagnated as if she had been petrified. She flashed and retreated. At the same time, a black whip whipped at the spot where Bajie was just a second ago. It created a gust of wind and left a mark on the floor. Then, two extremely similar figures appeared in front of Rin Enosaka and Luvia. After retreating back to the hall below, Bajit stood firmly and looked up. Her expressionless face finally showed a frown. Rin Enbin and Luvia were startled at the same time. When they saw the full appearance of the visitor, they cried out in surprise. It's you? The ones who stood in front of Rin Enbin and Luvia and acted in time were two young girls. Their short brown hair danced with the blue and white lightning. Their crystal-like swords glowed coldly in the air. They're Chuju and Mikoto. Chapter 1523. You. Staring at Hinajaku and Mikoto who were standing in front of Rin and Luvia, Barzit's face slowly sank. So, they're not unrelated people, huh? our premonition has come true as well. Mikoto stared at Bijit. Are you an enemy? I can't make such a statement yet. Bijit clenched her fist, her sharp eyes swept towards Chuju and Mikoto. However, if you also know about the rank cards, or even have a rank card in your hands, then we are enemies. Rank cards? Chuju pointed her white cherry at Bijit. So, you're here for the rank cards too? Be careful. Be careful. Rin Enben, who was standing behind Hinajaku, hurriedly warned. She's the frontline combat expert of the Magic Association. Her strength is second to none in the Magic Association. She's very strong. Magic Association? Mikoto frowned. In other words, she's on the same side as you? That's impossible, right? Livia replied without hesitation. Even though we belong to the same Magic Association, she was willing to attack us just to get information about the rank cards. Plus, we didn't even know the association sent this woman here. That's my question as well. Rin Enben stepped forward. Rin stepped forward and said to Bijit. The Magic Association already gave the task of retrieving the rank cards to Master, and Master asked us to act as the agent. We came to Fuyuki City to retrieve the rank cards. Why are you here to interfere with the matter of the rank cards? What a pompous way to put it. Bijit's eyes flashed with a cold light. Her words made Hinajaku and Mikoto flabbergasted. I'm supposed to be in charge of retrieving the rank cards, right? She's supposed to be in charge of retrieving the rank cards? This time, Hinajaku furrowed her brows and glanced at Livia behind her. What's going on here? Didn't we already have 2 rank cards in our hands before we started the task of retrieving the rank cards? Livia said in a low voice. Lancer and Archer. She's the one responsible for retrieving these 2 cards. Her. Hinajaku and Mikoto turned to look at Badget with surprise. Is she alone? That's right. Badget lowered her head. Originally, I was in charge of retrieving the rank cards. However, due to Zelika's interference, I was fired and the task of retrieving the rank cards fell into their hands, so. We should have officially accepted the mission to retrieve the class cards. Rin Enben yelled. Why did you come here and meddle in the matter of the class cards? Don't ask me. I don't know the reason and I don't want to know. Badget raised a fist and said coldly. This is a mission given to me by my superiors. I am only here to carry out the mission, above. Rin Enben seemed to have recalled something. He laughed coldly. So that's how it is. The so-called people who are devoted to the study of magic and are crazy about it and covet great power? Bijit didn't answer. It wasn't clear if she was acknowledging Rin Enben's words or if she didn't want to. She turned to look at Hinajaku and Mikoto. Then, I'll ask again. Do you have information on the rank cards? Do you have a rank card in your hands? You really are straightforward. Mikoto's forehead flashed with electricity, illuminating her unyielding face. But, you don't think we'll answer just because you asked, do you? If it's possible, I hope it's like this. Bajetter pulled on her gloves as her eyes turned cold. But if you don't want to answer, I have my ways, simple and crude. Chuju pursed her lips. Since that's the case, let's change to another place. If we destroy this place again, even I will feel bad, I'm sorry. Bijit's voice was getting colder. I don't have to change the battlefield during the battle. Before she could say the word rule, she felt her vision blur. Immediately, strands of pink hair appeared in front of her eyes one after another, causing her expression to change drastically. I'm sorry. Looking up, Hinajaku's yellow-green eyes were reflected in Bijit's eyes. There was a sharp glint in her eyes. I also don't have the principle of asking for the opponent's permission during a battle. After saying that, Hinajaku suddenly reached out her hand and grabbed the collar of Badget's suit. She stepped on the ground like a flash of light. With a flash, she broke through the door of the hall with Badget on her back and rushed out. Don't follow me. Mikoto looked at Rin Enben and Livia behind her. We don't have the confidence to protect you in a battle. Don't underestimate Bajit. Luvia reminded them. Although you are strong, Bajit can also kill Einherjars with her bare hands. She's also the executor of the seal. She's a monster. Don't underestimate her. There's more. Rin Enbin quickly added. Don't use your ultimate skills against Bajit. If you have any rank cards, don't use your noble artifacts or you'll die. We'll die if we use our ultimate skills and noble artifacts. Mikoto was shocked, her eyes were filled with suspicion. However, Mikoto knew that now wasn't the time to ask questions. Bajit can retrieve her cards alone and Luvia said she's strong enough to kill Einherjars with her bare hands. She's not sure if Chuju can defeat her alone. Mikoto could only nod. I don't know what's going on but I'll be careful. Leaving those words behind, Mikoto ran outside. Watching Mikoto disappear into the distance, Rin gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Bang. The Eiderfeld house's main door shattered into pieces of wood that flew in all directions. Whoosh. Hinajaku grabbed Bajit by the collar and rushed out of the Eiderfeld Manor's main hall at an extreme speed that caused the surrounding atmosphere to tremble and howl. Bringing along a strong gust of wind, she appeared outside like a flash of a sword that cut through space. Then, Hinajaku grabbed Bajit's collar and before she could react, her body was thrown out and smashed into the ground not far away. Boom. Humph. Bajit's back was hit by a strong impact. She pushed herself against the ground and did a somersault. She didn't stop until she was 10 meters away. So fast. Maintaining her posture on all fours, Bajit raised her head. Her gaze was like an arrow that shot towards Hinajaku, who landed on the ground with one foot. Teleportation? No. That's not right. Bajit's face turned serious. That's pure speed. That speed just now was 90% of my full speed. Hinajaku grabbed White Cherry and pointed at Bajit with a smirk on her face. If you can't react in time, no matter how strong you are, you won't have a chance of winning, don't worry about it. Bajit patted the dirt off her body and stood up. Her eyes were chilling. I just didn't expect you to be that fast. It won't be that easy for you to run into me, Anne. Bajit raised her hands and clenched her fists. Suddenly, the rune sequences on the gloves that were filled with rows of strange symbols began to shine, dyeing Bajit's hands green. If you only have speed, you won't have a chance of winning either. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised one of her fists high above her head and slammed it into the ground. Dong! With a muffled sound, the thick smoke and dust buried Bajit's figure. Whoosh! Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air entered Chuju's ears without any warning. Immediately, rocks of different sizes shot out of the smoke like bullets, shooting towards Chuju. Dang 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 dang. However, the stones that shot towards Chuju were all blocked by a pitch-black wall that appeared out of nowhere. Mikoto came to Chuju's side with one hand raised. She and Chuju looked at the smoke and dust on the opposite side. In the air, a storm was brewing. Gradually, the atmosphere began to fill the air. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.